love. Love. Maybe something you wanna keep in your head. If I ain't your girlfriend, I won't let go of your hand. Disappointed, 'cause you'll never see me. I'm better than you think of you. You're not very simple, you. Hold me to the waist, baby, touch me on my skin, will you love me? Let me be something that you never imagined. Hold me to the waist, baby, touch me on my skin, will just love me? Something that you never imagined.
이게 인펜트리 매복에 당합니다. 예상치 못한 타격을 받는데요.
이거 승부 봐야 되네.
힐.
네, 위치 봤어요. 튀었어요. 살짝 위로 올라가면서 에임이 위로 튀었고요.
자, 그리고
자, 자리 바꿔주면서
3대2예요.
자, 체력이 많이 빠져있기 때문에
짠나
체력이 좀 없어요.
과감하게
자,
하지만 좋아 하면 할 수 있어요.
네. 의료용 키트기 때문에 풀 체력.
헬멧 둘 다 없는 거 아닌가요?
위치는 알고 있. K7 Esports. 결국에는 소리가 정확하게 어느 위치에 있는지 모르면 들릴 수 있거든요. 그리고 이게 또 시간이 오래 걸리다 보니까 성공하지 못했을 때 리스크가 좀 커 보이긴 합니다.
햄버와 젠지가 또 만나요.
아 이거 암살각이었는데 워낙 가난한 파밍이다 보니까 스코프가 없었어요.
자, 비오! DP!
당해봐라.
자, 인원 밖으로 빠져 있는 거 다 알 거예요. 이쪽에서 뒤늦게까지 파밍하고 있는 인원이 많지 않다는 거 알고 있기 때문에
너무 꿀 같습니다.
더 과감히 지금 밀어붙이는 거죠.
자, 차를
탑승했어요.
탑승했어요.
와,
에미네.
진짜 과감한 판단에 이어서 지금 일단
자, 피오와 이걸.
키로
자,
하나
베릴,
올렸고
베릴, 레드랑 한 번.
리드샷!
안돼.
놓치는 자, 루런! 외곽 쪽에서 루런 피했어요.
랜드마크 부수기.
나뭐
자 이거
자, 깜짝 파티예요.
자 파이까지만.
자, 파이까지만. 그리고 살려면
잡았어요.
자, 침착해야 돼요.
여기서
침착해야 돼요. 침착해야 돼요.
양양 기절. 히카리
장전. 이거 선시스터 쪽으로 붙이나요?
이거 약간 갖고 있는 미끼 역할이었고
와.
그 다음에
세금 직접 회수하러 왔어요. 자, 샤오루 크레이지.
아니 아무리 그래도 그렇죠.
젠지가 이거 한번
네.
구경하면서 킬포인트 얻을 수 있는 측면이 있습니다.
이거 난리 났는데요, 서로.
오른판이 계속해서
삼각대 들어가죠.
올킬까지잖아요.
와.
올킬.
포레버.
크레이지 쌤.
리슛 기절.
아 역시
좋습니다.
올킬지.
허리춤.
kampuch의 과감한 선택인데요.
자 승부수 건 거죠.
네.
와
벤체.
벤체 우와.
너무 좋은데요?
한 대만
해줘야 됩니다.
자 술산 제대로 들어가지 않았나요 이노닉스의 술산.
GX가 지금 빠르게 치고 들어오고. 아하, 이거
이건
놓쳤네요.
좋죠.
자 이거 잘라주고 이제 에어와 와 임팬트 뚫어가는 거 보세요.
그래, 뒤에서.
에어
괜찮죠 맞다. 아 이거 다
오늘 알파카 선수가 진짜 노력하는
백업 오 대박 백업 좋아요.
네, 인펜트리가 역시나 이지에 노리면서 후방을 좀 누려주는 판단하네요.
자 템바는 이제 이지 자 헬멧 쪽으로 먼저 들어가는데요. 들어가면서 이거 들어가선 인원들 7포인트 뺐을 수 있는 그런 영역까지 됐거든요. 그리고 인파이팅에서
네.
이거
자, 깜짝 파티예요.
자 파이까지만 파이까지만
그리고 살려주면
잡았어요. 초반에 과감한 4인 돌격을 통해서 약간 이거 하킬
네.
자
앞쪽.
바로 앞쪽 체력 회복에 천천히 탱크 분명히 갖춰져 있어서 뚫기가 어려울 것 같습니다.
저희가 한번 볼게요. 오제네투스가 언더를 밖으로 빼서
파킬.
네.
VR 루기블리. 히카리도
그
잡혔습니다.
센스 보여주면서
자, 언더 누웠는데요.
자 여기서 한 번만 더.
자, 확실히 하나 찍힌 게
와 타이밍 너무 자 헬멧
쪽으로 먼저 들어갔는데요.
들어가면서
소리만 정리해주면 어떻게든 한 번 더 버틸 수.
애초에 이 싸움을 노리고 있는 욕심을 보이고 있는
위험해요.
팀들이 많네요.
민준이 역시나 보이는 인원이 많지 않다는 거 알고 있기 때문에
베릴
리드샷!
가고 있어 헤드라인.
못 올라갔습니다.
진짜 때리고 있어요. 많은 팀들이 여기 몰렸습니다. 한 5팀 정도가 몰렸거든요.
마이농 잡혔고요. 정리하면 링크만.
오지 않고 있다는 것까지 다 알고 있습니다.
점수 안 주고
오지! 좋고.
던져보네요. 이번 힘으로 한번 뚫어내나요? 어려운 상황을 한번 만들어내는데 성공하고 멀티 성공기를
보여요.
할수 있는 거죠.
가지고 나왔습니다. 네.
좀 짧았습니다만.
스파 대기 중.
자 이쪽에서 위쪽에서 들어가는 그 총알.
무려 13킬 보면서 오지게 내줬어.
Hi, this is Annie of Weekly PCS. Did you enjoy watching the events in last week's PCS3? Now that we only have 1 week left, here are last week's highlights to get you caught up for the final week of PCS3. In Asia, PUBG Esports finished week 2 and first on the leaderboard. Their play reminded me of their performance at Charity Showdown earlier this year. PUBG was fighting back and forth with OG and Entus from Korea for the top spot. At the end of day 4, PUBG was Asia's first place team in the second week of PCS3. OG and Entus is still showing stable performance. However, if they lean into their explosive performance more, they definitely could be a team with a good chance of winning. Asia is highly contested and showing the fiercest competition among the 4 regions. The top 8 teams all scored over 100 points. Genji, the champion of PGC 2019, is still in 9th place, but fans saw a shining moment in Day 4 Match 1 when they scored a perfect chicken dinner, a throwback to the good old days. Erangel Ghibli and 4AM are still bumping into each other sometimes, but both remain in the top 5, showing potential to win this event. Competition is more intense than ever in Asia. Which team will be crowned the PCS3 Asia champion? Let's see what happened in North America in week 2. Guadalajara Gaskins showed remarkable performance, earning 106 points in the second week. They quickly moved up to second place. In the last match of day 4, Gaskins got 18 kill points and the chicken dinner, widening the gap with Oath, who sits in 3rd place. This team might sound new, but Nikus and Honey Badger have each played in the OC and NA regions, while Bostic is a veteran player who has participated in PGI 2018. Sonics, of course, is flaunting their consistency. They almost matched the same amount of points as their week 1 performance, proving them to be a steady team. The trust from PUBG Esports fans shows since Sonics currently has the most votes so far among all 4 regions in Pick'em Challenge. There's only a 25-point difference between Sonics and Guadalajara Gaskins, which is very close for the last week of PCS3. Can Guadalajara Gaskins stop Sonics from winning 2 consecutive championships? Also, can Shutakill and Oath show us their last burst of energy? Make sure to check out the final week. In APAC, Vietnam's top dog LG Divine held their lead for the second week. However, they weren't as explosive as they were in the first week. LG Divine won 5 chicken dinners in week 1, but were eliminated in the early stages a lot during the second week. Miramar United Esports and Fury are chasing right behind Divine. I think I saw this happen in PCS too. Miramar United Esports is a team that has always been in top 3 throughout PCS events. In the second week, they've been overperforming and have the momentum of winning 2 consecutive chicken dinners for the last 2 matches. Will they finally seek a chance to take the throne? Fury lost the first place in PCS2 APAC due to an official tie ruling. They're not the team who always shows explosive performance in matches, but rather play smart, stacking up points to maintain high ranks. If they can win more matches though, they will be more likely to win the championship. Let's not forget Division X Gaming, who clutched many great plays with long case support, and Sharper Esports, mostly consisting of former Golden Cat members, who are both following closely. Let's see which team will win the championship in APAC. How was the second week in Europe? Europe, as expected, is a very intense region. Digital Athletics, Tornado Energy, and Northern Lights are still in the top 3 teams in week 2, even though their rankings have shifted slightly. Team Liquid has put in the effort to rise the ranks and compete for the lead in second week. Digital Athletics is showing amazing performance so far. It's a team that breezed through the open qualifier and they have a great potential. They enjoy sending themselves on tricky situations, but they also stack up points steadily and have finally topped the list. Tornado Energy, who finished first in week 1, was briefly knocked to 4th place during day 4, but rebounded after a 16-kill chicken dinner victory in match 3. Northern Lights have been showing really stable performance for the entire 2 weeks. Even though they slipped a bit on day 4, the gap between first place is only 10 points, not a lot. Who will be the winner of the last PCS of 2020 in Europe? We won't know until the last day is here. PCS3 has only 1 week left, and this is how the Pick'em Challenge looks so far. Are they teams that you've picked? The last week of PCS3 starts on November 19th. Check out which teams will become champions in 4 regions. I'll be back with the next weekly PCS. Bye!
그 위치 방해해 주려고 왔습니다.
일단
와,
탱크만 넣었어. 탱크만
조금만 더 오른쪽으로 갔으면 큰일 날 뻔했습니다 한 번에.
와 지금 소수 교전으로 지금 엔투스 아프리카 플렉스 요리하고 있어요.
이거 케일이 온다는 거예요. 케일이. 케일.
진짜 오제네투스가 인원
더
배분하는 게
해결사 케일.
엄청
가나요?
많은데요?
더 간다고요?
얼 넣어주면서 오히려 여러 가지 수를 다 차단하고 있습니다.
와 한 번 더 해볼 수 있는 공간 자체가 있었는데 초합쯤에서 계속해서 저격해주면서
야!
자리를 만들어내가요.
케일이 혼자 하고 있어. 케일이 혼자.
아니,
진짜 쓰러지나요?
아니, 야!
에? 你那个是有枪吗？
大家都在车上，什么意思？飙车！
哦，李叔是有枪的，你那个是没枪的，只能跑。
帅气这一枪。刚刚旁边好像有辆。
他就先去把那个摩托。哎，靠得喂！
直接爆头。
แล้วสกอร์ยิงตัวปิวๆแล้วตอนมาว้าวแล้วสกอร์ส่งไปเม็ดเดียวเฮดช็อตแล้วไปสาดขึ้น
あ、これマルチサークルゲーミング来るか。
2人見せた3人抜き。
これ
そして
場所バレてるんじゃないかな。
中国代表マルチサークルゲーミングは
あ、これ
笑ってるぞ。
入る。これジグレで通る。
ジグレですか？
いや今持ってたんで、これで
なるほど
これで活気まで入りますね。
ティアンブからの車線もさらに通っていました。
はい。
耐えてくれ。うわー。さあ、これはタンクがサマーをぶっ飛ばした。これは日本代表と絶対。ああ、本当マルチヘルさん。
何もしてないけど。
何もしていません。
Oh my god, Orange, you lucky boy. Keep your head down, boy. Oh, dearie me. Did they see him? I don't know, but James is yeah, it looks like James is going to see. There is not much playable area here. Oh my god, it's a mid-air.
Very confidently from here now. As you can see, the circle is not doing anybody any
What
favors.
am I
Oh!
Solid nade onto Alia, but the vehicle is burning. Out of it we go, and it's time to run. Please don't crush him, no!
这反斜了，防到这反斜了。
倒了。
牛逼！
右边有房，在左边有没有？
有，这点数。
不一定要尝试，
6点4。
倒了。
先抽着，我要回去，我看看。我说6点反正还有5个兄弟。倒了，
3级都倒了，
我左边不一样，这个来左边有上不来，中间也还有一个。
It all comes down to this, the final day of the PUBG Continental Series 3 Asia, Day 6, with OG and Entis leading the way. Can they maintain their form and bring home the first championship for Korea in 2020? We find out very, very soon. 4 games to decide it all. Paper Thin and G-Clef here once again as we get ready for this moment. It's been an exciting year for 2020. PCS has been fantastic, but China has dominated the Asia region, and finally, we are seeing a hope for Korea.
For the rest of the year, it has been China, but this time Entis is on top by not too much of a big margin, but 24 points. That's actually quite a big margin, knowing that how consistent OG and Entis can be in every single day until day 5. So understanding that if you have been seeing their play so far, expect them to stay on top, but the fire from China, especially in the even days, today's day 6.
Yep.
That's the even day. China has been grabbing a lot of those chicken dinner plus a great amount of kill points on top of that. So Multisoko Gaming, Tiamba right below OG and Entis. I think they still have a really good chance. Even some of the teams at the right below them, if they get like 2-3 chicken dinners in a row, you just might have some surprise at the end.
Then we could be talking about that for sure. It's going to take a big day from some of those teams that aren't in the top 3 spots, but anything is possible, guys. That's why we play the games. That's what makes Final Day so exciting. And there is our fan wall. These are some of our fans from all across Asia showing their support for their favorite teams and players. And not too surprising to see a lot of 4 AM Gen G fans, some Ghibli fans up there.
Pharaoh fans, 4 AM fans, Gen G. We see a lot of fans from China too. So that's very exciting.
Yeah, it's really, really nice to see all the support that you guys show us. Is that style?
I think so. Can't really see 100% right now. And of course, for the casters, thank you for the shout out. Maybe it's for the green casters.
It's for the green casters, yeah.
We'll take it too.
we believe that it's dedicated to all of us, of course. But yeah, thank you for all the support, the love you guys have given throughout this year as we get ready to wrap this up. Put a nice little bow on top of this. It's a little early for Christmas, but we're wrapping presents here anyway.
Oh, yes.
As you know, Christmas can be any time in your heart, right, G-Clef? Just any time you want it.
Oh, yes. As soon as I hear Carol songs, that's Christmas.
Well, it's Christmas here in November. At least I know here in Korea, the Christmas stuff is already starting. Near where I live, there's Christmas decorations going up already.
Oh, yeah, before Thanksgiving. After Halloween, it's just Christmas everywhere. Every single mall out there. So, comes down to this, the final day of PCS3 Asia. We will have the first champion of the 4 region. We do have NA, APAC, of course, Europe. That's coming very soon. Saturday, Sunday will be packed again with APAC Europe, but we have the first champion of PCS3 today.
Yeah, we get to crown the first one, and you got to stay tuned for NA later on today or tomorrow, depending on what time zone you're in.
Yes.
Because it has gotten really close there.
Sonics actually went down a little bit.
Yeah, they didn't play very well, and the Gas Cans and Oath are playing very, very well, and you can never count Oath out on a final day. We've seen this before in NA where Oath is actually crazy. So,
yes,
here are your winners. The map overview today is the same as yesterday. Miramar, Erangel. You can see who's already won all of these maps, and you can see that for Entis, they're finding a lot of success on Erangel, but yesterday we saw them get more success on Miramar, which is what we would kind of expect them to be. They're usually a pretty well-balanced team, but pretty good at Miramar.
A very dominant team as they had the edge play in that first match. Really smart edge play, not really being forced by any other teams, forcing the other teams to fight first, taking the circle damage outside the blue. And reason why they were able to get 2 chicken dinners, actually the most amount of points in a single day from Asia. 52 points for OG and Entis. That's been an incredible day so far for them, but will that continue?
Exactly correct. And they're looking at this prize pool, and the eyes are wide. You want to win this. It's $200,000 plus 12.5% of in-game sales. And of course, an additional 12.5% of the sales are distributed equally amongst all the participating teams. So get out there, support these players, support these teams, because, you know, this is how we keep things going, and this is how the players earn their living and are able to continue performing for us. And tell you what, it's going to be another awesome day, I think.
Tell you what, 0.5% should go to casters too. If there's any chance, but the leaderboard, as we have said, Tiamba did drop from that first place. OGN enters to stand on top pretty big. 186. I believe the highest points we've ever had was TSG with 213 by the end of the last day. There's a chance that OGN Enters might actually go on top of that by the end of today, or some of the other teams right below, Tiamba, MCG. Pierre-Luc, Ghibli, OPGG, they're also not out yet.
Definitely not. There's still mathematical chances here for some of these teams. You know, like we said, OGN Entis put up 52 points yesterday. If you add that to the current score of some of these teams, they can at least get close. And you never know when somebody pops off for a 60-pointer. It can happen, you know, if somebody wins 3 games. So you never, ever know. But it's not likely, but we entertain the possibility. Now, these are your top 5 damage dealers so far, and 2 of OGN Entis is up here. And like we've been saying all tournament, typically a team that does the most damage wins events.
Yes. Of course, it has to be Indigo, just on the best shape of form ever in his career right now, destroying all other teams. Tank, even though MCG did not really perform as well yesterday, still on damage, and for the knocks that he had yesterday, MCG was pretty strong, but they had to go against Entis, and that's a strong enemy.
Yeah, the kills here, you can see Lin Shu has been playing very well, doing great with the headshots, so he's making his shots count when he takes them. He's actually been one of our few players whose most damage is being done with the Mini, so he's actually favoring that gun right now and doing very, very well with it. PO is back into PO form. It looks like he's playing much better than we've seen at times this year. The rest of Gen G is kind of like Anonix is doing okay, but Loki and, in my opinion, Aqua Fiber, they have moments, but it hasn't been all great. But Ming Ming and Tanky are absolutely insane fraggers from China.
Yeah, same players throughout Asia, and we have the top 3 focused on, as we will also have observing, mostly focused on these top 3 teams, because likely they will take the championship by the end of today. OGN is of course on top, highest day 52, and if you look at the lowest, Tiamba, I think that's actually yesterday, if I'm correct.
I believe you're right. I think yesterday was probably their worst day, particularly because Gen G has kind of thrown a monkey wrench into them, because Gen G was sick of getting messed with over in North George, so they decided to take the fight to Tianba by coming across the bridge with a really sneaky pull-up where they cut the engine midway across the bridge and then snuck their way to the apartments, the bottom 6, and then came up through. Now, the top 3, you can look at this, it's been back and forth basically between Entis and Tianba for the last 3 days.
But it's a long marathon for 3 weeks, 6 days. If you sprint in the middle, you will not have enough health, enough stamina. Towards the end, I think Entis really showed that yesterday. They are still a strong team until the end. It's going to be about the final day. Tiamba did fall down by a lot, and Gen G is not going to go out without a fight. He also mentioned in his personal stream that they will bring anyone down in their way, and that starts with Tiamba all the time in Erangel. So Tiamba, they have to get a lot of points for Miramar to start off.
Yeah, I think Tiamba's got to be a little kind of interested and a little bit scared of what Gen G wants to do, because Gen G has been messed with by them basically up until yesterday. The first 2 weeks was Tiamba dominating Gen G, to be frank. They were controlling South George. They were controlling the fights around the bridges and the compounds north of the river.
Exactly.
Everything was going Tiamba's way around there, and finally Gen G had enough.
Well, Tiamba, I think they hit the beehive a little too hard.
Yeah. And
Gen G Hive is about to come out, and it's going to hurt them a lot.
Yeah, you don't want to kick hornets' nests. That's generally not not a good idea. Getting stung usually doesn't feel good. So these guys right now, your top team coming into this, it has been perennial for them to be in a top 5 spot, but not a winner. Always, as Toffees likes to say, always the bridesmaid, not the bride for OGN Entis. Finally, this may be their chance. I think now is the time, and with what we saw yesterday, they look to be in the best form, even better than what we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, from projections by PUBG Analysis, if you run 10,000 simulations, OGN Entis got this 90.8%, basically less than 10%. So they basically have this in their hand if they play like their normal days. But there can always be an upset where you just have a horrendous, like the worst day possible, like when nothing works out. That could be OGN today, hopefully not, but that can always happen to any team.
And I'm trying to think when the last time I could remember at a global international tournament that OGN Entis was the top team going into the final day. I think the last time I can remember they were close was maybe Star Ladder, like
Long
2018,
time ago. Yes,
like a long
2018.
time ago.
Beginning of 2018.
Back when it was quite a different team. Sungjong was still there, but some of the others not there yet. I think Indigo might have been there too at the time. And Christus and maybe Kale had been there? Yeah. But this
Kale
is,
was there. Christus
yeah.
was there too.
Yeah. So a lot of the same players for that team are still here. Tiamba, they've already won one international PCS. The charity showdown went to them. They are looking to pick up number 2, and you can definitely not count them out.
And their circle edge play is not working as well coming into week number 3 because a lot of the teams now with them on top, if you are staying on top, a lot of the teams are going to have their eyes on you. So their rotation has been found out by so many other teams that they have to change their rotation, and within the week, they actually did not make too much of a big change, trusting their own play and the skills, pushing from the edge, but that has not been working at all yesterday. So they have to change up. They had less than 24 hours to work this through. Will this be enough for the final day? Let's see if Tiamba is able to do it.
Yeah, it was another disappointing day yesterday for MCG. They've had some really good moments, particularly the first week that we saw some just flashes of brilliance, of course, with Tanky being that amazing fragger, Summer, that quality in-game leader, Lingdu and Evil Lee doing some good stuff along the way as well. But they're going to have to really pop off today. It's going to have to be a magical day for them to have any hope, because if you saw it earlier, the worst point performance OG Entus has had is 23, which would put them at 209. So I imagine that's kind of the score in my head that I have to be the score to beat.
Around 210, I think that's about the finish that OG Entus would be looking for. As MCG, they had pretty good rotation to begin, but in the middle, when there was phase 4, phase 5, they found no solution. Sometimes they just dove in to the center of the circle into a pretty good bait spot when you basically know it's been controlled by the other teams, and they were cut off by 2 members, only having 2 members. That was usually Summer, Lingdu, Evil Lee. Losing tank in the middle has been the big issue for them, and they have to keep their rotation a little safer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's key for them is, you know, getting a little bit further into the late game in good positions.
Yes.
And they did pretty good in game number 3 yesterday, but Entus was just better. And that's just all there was to it. Entus was just more aggressive in their movements, just better with their shooting positioning, their turret positioning, as they like to say in Korea. They get Sungjong up on that roof, and he was doing a fantastic job in that role.
Yeah, as OG and Entus, when they feel that when they feel that oil is getting heated, about to put the chicken in, fry that stuff, they are on it. They're getting all the ingredients ready for that perfect chicken dinner, and that has been OG and Entus. Quite aggressive yesterday, actually. I thought they would be a lot more passive, but they're going for maximum points.
They should. I liked what I saw from them in game number 3, because it showed me they aren't afraid. It showed me that they were showing up to rake in the most points possible. That's what they went for in that game. Now, it is a bit risky, of course, like sending Under out on his own to kind of go on that solo mission for a bit. Indigo joins him eventually, but Under's good enough that you can rely on him to do that, and that have the trust and the faith in their players to get the job done is a big part of what's making OGN good.
And also hiding when there's no knock. Whenever there's no knock, you just go on top or to the side, making those side shots into MCG. That was incredible. Okay, also against Africa, keeping both of the squads together. Even if they stayed near the compounds, it had to be MCG versus Africa at the towards the south side on that match number 3 yesterday. So even after knowing that you had the chicken dinner, okay, you can choose a safer path. There's an easy way out, but they go towards that rough path for more points, which is risky, but they bring it all the time. So there has been OG and Entus twice in a row, but it's an even day again. Maybe it's a day for China.
It definitely feels like it's going to be tough for OG and Entus. I don't think any of these teams, particularly Tianba and MCG, are really interested in letting them get away with this, for sure. So don't be surprised if we see some China wins today. I think there's definitely a real possibility. Maybe today's a day where 4 AM or Pero pops off. We've seen that before. So we know that all of these teams have potential. Infantry's been really quiet, and it just feels like that's just like a bear that's hibernating for the winter. When it comes out, it's going to be like ready to eat, man. It's going to be hungry.
Yeah, man. Talking about 4 AM, they popped off a little too early yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, they were way too aggressive. I know they were confident because they were winning so many fights, so many 4v4 fights during scrims. But that fight against Fairly Ghibli, even before that, I know they have a lot of ground control, especially on top of Pecado there near Patron. But sometimes they were actually being cocky by the other. They were actually being surrounded by the other team because they went a little too far with that 1-1-1-1 spread.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of worked for a bit, and they did pick up 8 kills by the mid game, but then at the end, they couldn't hold it together to get any kind of real solid footing in the late game. I think they went out with 1 placement point, somewhere around 6th or 5th place or something, and then, they got 9 kills and a point, but at the end of the day, it was...
That's also the style of 4AM. That's like the old Chinese style where you just go like a while ago, just last year or 2 years ago, they wanted to fight, but with less of a rotational. They had less tactics. It was about the points. It was about the kill points. Now with the tactics and rotation, the details that they have with all the teams, they're putting up a real big challenge against the Korean teams, and also they took all the titles so far. But fighting a little too much, that was 4AM. Pero, surprisingly, actually did not do too well yesterday compared to last week after grabbing 3 chicken dinners in 2 days.
Boomer bust for Pero. It seems like they're just one of those teams that, for whatever reason, just either completely clicks and dominates a lobby, or they just kind of show up and just can't. The wheels are just spinning and not going anywhere. And it's hard, man. Of course, it's really difficult. But there's potential on Pero. We know that. But again, as you've talked about a lot, G-Clef, as XDD goes, it seems like Pero goes. So.
Yes, and there's always a single man alive from Pero, like snaking around in the last few circles anywhere, and then we're always looking at that minimap saying, he's still alive? What? How? What's he doing there?
This was like Kendes yesterday at the last game. I'm like so focused on one side of the screen, I look over and I'm like, wait, their Sun Sister's still in this lobby?
Oh, yes. That ending yesterday, we actually had the bottom 4 teams left as the top 4 teams.
Yeah.
That was really cool. With Sun Sisters, Griffin, K7, and was it GX?
Yeah. Yes.
I think so. And then I think Griffin should have had that chicken dinner, but K7 just struck at the perfect time with the vehicle.
K7, that was a really nice move.
Yeah, that was a really nice move.
K7 and GEX both yesterday had some really good moments, so it's really nice to see Chinese Taipei stepping up, showing us some good performances. Crazy Sam had a couple big moments. That fight against 4AM was crazy good, and of course, because he's Crazy Sam, he's crazy good.
He's the best. I think he is the best. Along with Machao. Machao makes a lot more bold dot plays going in front.
Yes.
Crazy Sam's better at mechanically shooting, just 1v1. He's not just good at shooting, of course, using a lot of map and objects in the middle. I think he's really talented at space control.
Yeah, he is really good at that. But Chao's just gifted. His shooting ability, his recoil ability is the best in Japan. I think we've seen that when you look at the stats here. He's the top player from Japan in kills and damage. So he's actually playing very, very well despite Detonation Gaming White struggling at this event. He's really emerged as a superstar from this region. Can't wait to see more of him and that team going forward. I think it's only a matter of time with how much Japan plays and how seriously they take this that eventually somebody's going to finally kind of break through a little bit, maybe get a top 5 someday.
Yeah, Japan, Chinese Taipei, both region actually chose to play a lot more towards the edge week 1 until day 3. Into day 4, they changed a lot more into diving into the circle play, taking early compounds like the other teams, which actually found themselves in much better of a placement points. But sometimes they kept a little too passive, and we were always talking out loud when there's a fight nearby. Even if you're in the compound, you should always go out, look for those opportunities, even steal a kill or something.
Yep.
And they started doing that from day 4, especially the Japanese teams. And day 5, they're finally out, actively controlling the field, getting ready for that chicken dinner. So we're liking the upgrade that they have had from week 1 to week 3.
And there needs to be a little bit more aggressiveness on their rotations, a little bit more confidence in their decision-making. I think overall, I think you and I both kind of wanted Sun Sisters to make a quicker move to that warehouse on Miramar the other day.
Yes.
That would have, I think, maybe even given them a win in that round had they just gotten there a little bit faster. Maybe if they could have kept an extra vehicle alive. I don't know. I don't remember for sure what their vehicle situation was like. But at the end of the day, there's still a lot of talent there. It just needs to be put together, and it takes time. It's hard when you're an emerging esports region, especially like Japan, which computer first-person shooter and these kind of things are just starting to become like esports popular.
Yeah, it's actually popping off in Japan though. It's growing really hard in number, especially towards the FPS. Of course, fighting games we all know.
Yeah.
It's always been there, but especially FPS, Japanese fans. I know there are a lot of fans out there, especially for PUBG too. So Sun Sisters, I think they want to also pay them back for all the support, and I think they should do a lot better, be a lot more aggressive today, just like Chinese Taipei teams.
Yes, I agree. Fully agree. I think the potential is there. You just gotta put it together and go for these teams. And I can take a look here, and it looks like we're getting our lobby ready. We had a bit of a trouble with the first one. Had to rebuild it and
just
reset it. Yeah, just a re-lobby here as we get ready for the first game of the day. Again, it's gonna be Miramar, Erangel. Erangel.
No Sanhok.
No Sanhok. Sorry, guys. I know all three of you were disappointed about that at home, but
All three of you.
I don't think a lot of
Maybe
people
four.
are disappointed about
Maybe
it.
4.
Maybe 4. All right. Maybe there's like a full squad
Maybe
of people.
4.5.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is what it is. But I tell you what, I love Miramar. I can't wait to get it always is so fun to start a Miramar because the games are always intense. I know the players kind of bemoan Miramar just a bit, but for us as viewers, it is fun as heck.
The terrain makes it so much better, especially towards the ending. It gets so intense, and you can't see us on camera when there's a game on, but we're like about to go into the monitor when that happens.
We're trying to figure out exactly like all the angles and everything they have to work with because Miramar is pretty wild because there's so much terrain, there's so much surface area. When you think about like Miramar from like a geometry perspective, right? Like Erangel is a lot flatter. So there's actually less, not only is there less terrain because there's water all around it, but there's less terrain because there's less dips and dives. So the more dips and dives, the more surface area that creates.
Yeah, then also more angles that you can work with from Miramar.
Yes.
And by the way, before we have the first circle or even the flight path, Paperton did spill his coffee today.
I did.
So what's going to happen?
We don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
It's never
Did you
happened.
Ever?
It's never happened.
Spill coffee?
Not that I remember. Not in the like paper thin coffee drinking circle creating era. That has not happened yet. So we're wondering exactly what that means, guys. We don't know. I guess this first game will tell us. I did have to go grab another big coffee because I needed that. But we're just getting things together, getting ready. As you take another look at this fan wall, you can probably find a link to this somewhere. If you're a fan of Asian PUBG. A lot of the regional websites will have like a link to these kind of things. Maybe Africa TV has a link on their site to this as well, where you can join and get yourself on camera if you want.
Someone's in the office.
Uh-oh. Don't tell your boss.
I found out.
Somebody like fax her, like tell her boss that she's not working. Ooh, a Griffin fan. There we go. A guy wearing a unicorn suit or a duck suit. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, Griffin fan. I'm pretty sure that he felt exactly the same towards what I was saying for the last 2 weeks with the roster changes that they needed to make early on. I think they can still do a fine job. Yeah, that guy right in the middle with the cosplay. He's always there, always at a Korean event.
Dude, I've seen him out
every
in public.
single time.
No, here's what's weird. I was out. I've told this story before. I was out one day just walking in Seoul, and I saw this dude. He was riding a bike, and I'm like, "Where are you going, PUBG guy?" he just waved at me.
There's no bike in PUBG.
No bicycles, no.
No bicycles.
We have other bikes now. We have a new motorbike.
Yeah, we have the dirt bike, but are we ever going to have a bicycle?
No.
That's my question.
I hope not. We don't need to do any more work than we like already.
You're on a bike and you're slower than
the
person
scooters.
running next
The scooters are terrible on Sanhok. Like those things, you get on that and you're like, well, I'm gonna die if anybody sees me. This is just literally, I have no other hope. I don't like driving those things in real life or in game.
Yeah,
They're
dirt
scary.
bikes, pretty scary.
Yes.
I tried it. Never trying it again.
Nope. I rode one as a kid when I was younger, and then
like actual dirt bike.
Well, yeah, dirt bikes I did a little bit just because like my friends had them, but I wouldn't do anything crazy, just like go in circles on like a dirt path. I didn't do any jumps. I would have killed myself. But also, yeah, like the scooters, like one of my friends had one, and I got pulled over by the police.
Oh.
Yeah.
No license?
No, I had a license.
Okay.
I was old enough, but they like didn't think I was because when I was 16, I looked like I was approximately 10, and so like
what happened? I'm so sorry. No, just
nice. Wow.
I'll talk to you after cast.
I am the PUBG dad, so you know what? It's okay. It's all right. I had it coming. I had it coming.
Well, you set that up for me. Basically.
I did. I really did. Age was,
Oh, man.
time is not kind to anyone, so it's
me
particularly, particularly not me or my hairline. So we're getting ready, guys. Don't worry, it will be coming very, very soon. They're just making sure, crossing
Not
our
too long.
T's,
Not too
dotting our
long. You
I's.
see the time.
I see a countdown,
Mm-hmm.
so you can rest assured that the first game is coming. Don't worry, we don't want to
Very
see us
soon.
either. Nobody wants this.
Yes.
Nobody wants this.
Yes, that is actually true.
We want to see these players fragging out and ripping some faces.
We want to see the games as soon
Yes,
as possible.
As soon as possible. Okay, we are ready. Game number 1, day number 6, the final day of PCS3 Asia. Let's get at it. There we go. There is the plane path, the first one of the day here on the final day of 2020. I can't believe I'm saying that. What a year it has been. But this plane path starting out over the Oasis, heading down to Puerto Paraiso, and making its way across such landmarks as Hacienda, La Bendita, and others. I don't think we can expect anything too crazy. This one isn't so severely scuffed.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Like, the worst you can think is Chumacera. That's about it.
Yes.
And it's not much of a hard flight path, parachute path even into Chumacera, so it's not going to be hard for anyone else. I think there might be some vehicle contest towards GEX, and you happy? All the way up towards Power Grid, and even higher than that.
I'm keeping my eye on that, yeah. Definitely watching those areas kind of by Pozo and that kind of thing too. Maybe something's going to possibly go on there. OPGG is going to go south of Los Leones. Nation Gaming White is the northern side. Africa Freaks are currently the Bandita crater area. And here you see Lambu did find an early SKS, trying to see if he can catch some members of GEX as they hop into vehicles, try to get out of this.
Iron sight without a helmet. It's doable.
You look good doing it, at least. You know, you got that going for you. But those bullets are trailing just a bit behind there for Spear. If those tracers are any indication. Lambu is going to just pop every bullet he has. Now he is out. And that's going to be all she wrote for that particular engagement.
And we have the circle popped all the way towards the northern side. Yes, Griffin's got a good control around Cobreria. This time, Entus, as a revenge against infantry, they can also set up a reverse because the circle is now up towards the north. Infantry does love to go all the way around towards that eastern road.
That's true. We did see this early on, especially on week number 1, where Entus and Infantry had similar ideas on how they would want to rotate in a circle like this. Head up around the far east side, come in towards kind of by Cruz de Valle area, and then get on the hills that are up over there. There's a couple mountains over on that side that they would try to take. And we saw Entus completely blockade Infantry one time, maybe yesterday, not only to kind of maybe give some of the other teams in their region a chance, but also to kind of get a little revenge on Entus for some of those earlier traps they set up.
Yeah, first kill already against K7's Sun Sister. They did have one trapped, and K7 also had a really big spread all the way on top. Yeah, all the way up to Torres, so that's going to be the first blood in the game. And Entus, usually they would wait. It was a lot more for Infantry and Tiamba actually running into each other during the scrims, especially on Miramar. Not just on this week's stream, in all of the scrims during Miramar games. So that's the one thing that Tiamba should be careful, because they want maximum points right now.
Yeah, and it makes sense because they drop Impala and Puerto Paraiso as well. So a lot of the options that are available for rotating are going to be pretty similar. The roads are pretty much the same that they're going to want to utilize. Now, we are going to be focusing, just so you folks at home know, we're going to focus pretty heavily on the top 4 teams here today.
Yeah.
So some of the fighting with some of the bottom teams, we aren't going to be focusing on as much for this. And of course, there's only 4 matches left to win. That's our other focus point here. Can Entus maintain this? Can Entus finally break through and win that global championship, this international championship? I am really, really hopeful that it might finally be the time. But, you know, at the same time, if Tiamba does it, if MCG does it, that is excellent as well, because both of those teams have played incredible throughout this event.
Yes, and if Entus gets any more chicken dinner today, it's going to be the maximum. Right now, still maximum tied with TSG from PCS2. So So if they get one more, it will actually surpass into 5 chicken dinner in a tournament. We'll be setting another record for OG and Entus.
Yeah, for Asia. For some of the other regions, some teams have already put up 5 wins in PCS already. Divine has already done that in APAC. But here in Asia, that would be, yeah, exactly. There were 4 wins apiece for a couple teams in Asia so far this year, but a 5th would, and I think a 5th would basically seal the deal for Entus. I don't think there's any way, if they win one more, that anyone is catching them.
4 AM actually making some different rotation. It's not Gafi up front. Forever actually took the lead as he was still playing the best out of 4 AM, I believe, yesterday against all other teams, as they're still maintaining a pretty big split. Now, K7 is actually challenging them, but still 4 AM not really pulling through altogether. Gafi Shallow still out in the middle.
Lambu's way ahead of the rest of VLG right now on that solo scout mission. New Happy's Ming Ming up here in front of him in that 2-story, and I don't know if they're going to see each other or not, as there was a shot from Ming Ming. I don't think it was at Lambu. Lambu definitely heard that, definitely knows somebody's in there. That one was probably in Lambu's direction, although it might have been at the members of VLG that are coming in for reinforcements, because Ghibli might be interested in trying to take this compound.
Yeah, I think New Happy right now, they're just testing waters, just making sure they're just getting those shots in. Lambu though, Iron Sight, only landing 1, and Ming Ming does make a safe exit.
Yeah, an early rotation here then for VLG, and it makes sense. They're still in the hunt, there's still a chance for them, no doubt about it. It's going to have to be a massive day, so they need to start gobbling up positions and points as quickly as they can. Meanwhile, MCG, in a similar boat, has found the other members of New Happy. Zhao Ke, Giao, Lightnon, excuse me, not Giao. Zhao Ke is here along, and I think Giao might have been in the back. Well, Ming Ming came up now. Okay.
Yeah, Ming Ming just came away from VLG. We're 2 members now, 3 men up, 3v3. Still the members of MCG about to join the fight. Evil Lee is all the way in the back. I think MCG is also waiting for that reinforcement, but it is New Happy first with that 4 men. So MCG, we know they love to fight, but this is really the time to fight right now. They have to get a lot of points for sure to win today.
Yeah, I think their information might have been a little off on this particular movement. They might have to back off because Ghibli is coming up over the hill. I agree, they don't need to fight this at all right now. There is no reason at all for them to be fighting this. This is 100% the right decision.
Yeah, after checking all the members, you don't want to go down right now. 16th place, that will actually just put you into a lower spot away from that championship point. So loving the decision. Evil Lee actually stayed back looking for the other compounds in the meantime. So this is actually where they parked at the end.
It's first circle. It's not worth fighting over that. You don't even know if this particular compound is going to be in around phase 5 or 6 when things are really much more important for holding on to those compounds. So definitely not surprising to see MCG. I almost said MSG. No, that's the stuff it's food. Yeah, that's I'm like, no. That's the stuff my sister's allergic to. So, no. MCG, with Summer as their play caller, that veteran experience there showing through in this first game here.
And Forever can look for those fights, but if he gets headshot and knocked, his members are not too close. They can still come for the res, but K7 might actually come and dominate. But Forever knowing, I think he's feeling confident that it's 1v1, I'm going to win the shot. And I think he's still feeling pretty confident on the top of the hill.
He should feel confident. He's amazing. I mean, this guy has been really, really good throughout this event. We've seen some moments of just sheer brilliance from him. 29 kills so far, averaging almost 1.5 kills per game, over 200 damage per game. He's been playing, the normal Forever that we're used to seeing.
Yes, he can't stay here forever, though. There are some other, not just in K7. Pero actually might get an angle from the side if they actually go out to the field. So I think other members are keeping in check in case Forever gets hit. Yep, Pero just getting a line of sight now.
Yep, Mamu, and he's going to back Forever off just a bit as, it is a pretty wide split.
Oh, I think the tire popped off, too.
Ooh, not bueno. Don't like that. It's hard to drive those vehicles without them tires. As the important circle number 2 that starts to show us in the general direction where we're going to be finding ourselves as this one goes on. I want to see a hard shift north, personally. I like that area up there by that mountain.
Yeah,
but
rather new place.
I would love to get an Oasis finish. I mean, I absolutely would love to. But we're not going to be doing it. We're heading down to the south west, which means there's quite a bit of technically unplayable terrain, the terrain that's considered, you know, for out of bounds for intents and purposes, especially over on the western side. So a lot of these teams that are already in aren't really going to want to move just yet, because the further west you go, the less likely it is to end up over there.
Yeah, I think where Genji is staying is a safe spot, even towards Africa, but there will be a lot of contest and plus rotation coming up from all these teams who are still out in the eastern side. That is K7, Sun Sisters, 4 AM, Pero, Entus is also all the way out. I think Entus is trying to have somewhat of a similar rotation like they did in match number 1 yesterday, where they keep near blue, take some damage, but always keep the full squad.
Well, they got to be careful because infantry is rolling up right behind them. And again, Entus and infantry have very similar ideas on how they want to approach these northern circles. We've talked about it before. Tianba came in late through the southwestern side of everything. VLG and MCG in the middle. So that's kind of where your top 4 teams, probably your most likely teams. OPGG is just heading out of Pozo right now for your 5th place. Keeping an eye on all of that, as 4 AM now has K7 leaving the water treatment facility, looking to try to get around and get up the hill. That long, vast, almost kilometer-long ridge line that runs almost from like the northern part of Hacienda all the way like halfway to Cobreria. It's a huge ridge, actually.
K7 actually is going to be around, and with that, he's the one with the crate. Woo! No shot this time.
That last one I thought might have it a chance, but it does not connect onto Buyahu, and now K7 looks to scramble. As OPGG now heading over towards Tianba and Genji territory. Genji long established with a 2-2 split in there. Tianba has made a recent entry into this location. Yeah. So let's see how OPGG wants to approach this.
Tianba right below OPGG and Genji. If the circle bounces south, Tianba can basically surround Genji and OPGG from that high hill. Tianba made the longest rotation around the south side road towards the west through Monte Nuevo, starting from Paraíso. So that's a long way, at least like 10 kilometers or more of driving path.
And Entus is playing this extremely safe, going all the way down to Picado, and then wrapping around and potentially either coming up through the power grid or going all the way to Monte Nuevo, even taking that shortcut road over there. I'm not sure. We'll see exactly what they want to do.
Under Indigo started driving a little slower, and then they heard all the vehicles from infantry. So knowing that there's a full squad, they are intentionally taking this risk and going towards all the way to Nuevo and into Tianba, which is okay because Tianba right now made a very risky choice of 2-2 split. Wish we get to see the map soon, as they drove right through Genji's 2-2 split. That's extremely interesting right now. Tianba making some bold moves.
Yeah, Tianba is, wow. They are really, really separated here as infantry is going to head towards the power grid. There you go. You can see
right at
this.
The center.
Yeah, exactly correct. That kind of pea green color is Tianba this go around, and they are really, really in an interesting location. Now, the real question is how much do they know about Genji's location? Man, we're going up north. We're going up here. We're going up around the crater.
So where Juanita is actually is a crazy rotation. You can. I guess Entus, you can try to go into the fields, but there are very limited path going into that next circle. If GX gets an early control, that can actually be a really hard entry into the next circle. I don't know where exactly Entus is going to set up.
My guess is Entus is going to go to the Hook Mountain. There's that mountain that's just to the east of El Pozo here that kind of looks like a hook.
And then just run in?
Well, get up
slowly?
there, get information, and then try to go in from there. I think that's an option. You're not going to see everything, but you could. That's probably your position where you can see the most. But I don't know for sure what their idea is. They might just roll up behind GEX. That's another good position as well.
Yeah, I think they will be gathering a lot of that circle information before popping in. Here's OPGG, as they had made a quick rotation right next to Genji, as they're spread out all the way towards the top of the mountain. Dumba, Ayo, Silky, quite far away, about 100 meters there.
Somebody on Twitter asked me to count how many bullets were fired before the first circle closed today, and it wasn't a lot, but I'm sorry I couldn't count all that. That's still hard.
You can watch the replay.
Yeah, you can watch the replay if you really want to know. It was not a lot. Let's put it that way. There was one death, right? One?
Yeah, one death and some vehicle shots. Maybe about 30.
Sounds about right. A
Can't
couple
really
clips.
count.
We had the VLG guys.
Yep.
Shooting at GEX. That actually was probably the majority of the bullets that were fired right
That's
there.
probably true. I think Entis wants to just hang around the edge of the next circle, where OPGG actually left already. Ooh, long skirt. It's Tiamba.
Oh no. Oh no.
He white.
He wraps it. He gets it. Luren is trying to hold it down. Here comes the reinforcements. That's one. If they can win another, it's a big one. Gokuri gets two. And here comes the rest of Tiamba slamming on in here. Gokuri is hurt. No reinforcements available for Detonation Gaming White. M200 is beat up now as well. Ming's very hurt. They are holding on by a sliver.
He's about to go out.
They're going to
Final
go.
one member.
They're going to go. I think it's about time. They are very, very hurt. Ming's
so low.
He has nothing.
1 HP.
Oh my god, he gets the first aid off just in time. That was almost complete disaster for Tiamba.
They almost went out.
If I'm multi-circle gaming and I'm watching this kill feed,
gone.
I would have pounced on this. I would have at least thought about it. Now there is New Happy in the way, which makes it difficult. But man, it's tempting.
I think they wanted to, but there's also Griffin on from the top. There are a lot of people watching MCG right now, so I think that was one thing that I think they did well right now. Is that?
Oh, they're done.
Tired?
They're done.
Oh, they're
that's
done.
that's just they're dead. Infantry and Afrika have complete range down in this. That's it. 4AM is done. They're going out. There's no hope. Xiaolu is out there, but man, it's
only for so long.
Yep. Sorry to say it, 4AM fans. I would have liked to see them do better myself as well, but those pimento trees are,
They were fighting for the better position against K7, and K7 ended up rotating all the way north, which was a better decision. 4AM wanted to have a circle bounce to the eastern side. I think they had a hard bet. Did not really pay for them.
Yeah, so Entis did go up on top of the Hook Mountain to get some information. Sungjiang went up there, but now he's going to pay the price because there isn't a lot of room to maneuver in this circle. It hard shifted to the southeast as it should. It kind of wants to move away from those mountains, so they're going to lose Sungjiang. The rest of Entis making a desperate move into the center, and here comes Genji up and over, looking to potentially spoil the top team's round.
As Genji Peel's already on right next to where Entis actually pulled over. Indigo trying to go extend a little bit too far. Doesn't really know that Genji's already having a pretty good position against Under and Kale.
Oh boy, Under is completely out in the open. Pio's gonna come up and try to get it going with that barrel. Oh, there he goes. Gets the re-peek, and then he's got a handle on his shots there. And Under is basically down and out.
Yeah, Kale can't come. There's no way. If he comes for the res, he has to get a lot of smokes, and even because it's still 14 teams, I don't think it's worth it when you know that basically like half Genji's already right next to you. Just give them kill points and run away with it, because Indigo's got the next stone setup.
Yep, it's a tough rotation for Entis, no matter how you slice it. Getting into the center with 2 alive, it might be good enough to get a placement point or 2. We'll see how desperate it gets. We'll see how much fighting there is on the edges.
And also Infantry came out 9 and long skirt right next to Kale, and I don't think they have any idea, any clue that they're right next to each other. There's 2 men left for Entis. Let's see how long they can actually survive.
I just saw a bunch of crisscrosses on my map, and I was looking right towards this battle as Sun Sister K7 are fighting each other with VLG, New Happy, and MCG just spraying, just absolutely just firing every bullet they have inside of this. MCG now has a clown car to try to get away, get into the next circle.
There are lots of somewhat of a valley in the middle of these circles right now, so just maintaining the high ground control on the mountain is actually better than taking the compound. Sun Sisters up for a challenge. MCG, Evil Lee takes the first kill onto Crazy Sam, the best member from Sun Sisters.
Yeah, that's not good for Sun Sisters. They need Crazy Sam to hold fast to be there as their last line of defense, but instead he's the front line and goes down. Almost out-duels Evil Lee there, but Evil Lee able to get the better of him for now as MCG just flies on inside of here. Good grenade from Polly. He's going to find Lingdu.
Yeah, Lingdu did not know the exact timing there. As Pero does go out, but still, Sun Sisters not really putting up a challenge against MCG. They're picking up a lot of points, and they need him right now. Candace is right on top of them.
Yeah, if they have any more frags or utility, now's the time, and Crazy Sam is still available to be res. Now, Ghibli has probably been watching this kill feed very intently, and they know that MCG is the team ahead of them. They know they've got to prevent them from getting any more points after this fight, and it steps out, and it steps down to Sun Sister.
And MCG still keeps the full squad alive. That's the important pipe. Got the kill points that they needed, and New Happy and I think VLG thought about pushing into them, but once they step down, it's going to be really hard for them to actually make the next move. And they have to wait for the circle first, and there it is, right towards the center, slightly towards the east.
This is going to be difficult for Entis. They're going to have
extremely
infantry and a couple other teams bearing down on them. Now, Gen G, in the meantime, has started trading fire with infantry, so that might alleviate some of that pressure. OPGG is going to bomb right in towards the center.
Yeah. There's that small dip right there, where I think OPGG will just pull up immediately as Indigo is just in that shack. Should be able to survive for somewhat of a time. At this is somewhat of a field on top with not much terrain. Actually, a weird part of the Miramar map.
Well, those of you who remember PCS2, this is around the area where infantry was just rolling through teams on their way to a 24-kill win. So they know this territory very well. They know how to play it very well. But right now, they're stuck on the wrong side of that plane that you were mentioning there. G-Clef Griffin does end up wiping out GEX. So a decent start to their day with 3 still remaining. But they have some work to do to get into this next circle as they are up on the northwest. MCG heading up to the north and wrapping around the God Complex, going to try to work their way through the hills.
Yeah, I think they want to wrap around where OPGG was before, and New Happy will be their biggest contest. Since Griffin's already setting up for a rotation towards the south side, I think, or just go up for a challenge against Tiamba, as they have just spotted them. Ooh, Indigo.
Yeah, AO knows something's up here. He's trying to keep his, movements masked as much as possible. Now he's going to get that molly. Can't cook those. Oh, Indigo steps out. No, sir. Silky was very ready. Good push here from the duo for OPGG. AO with the molly, and then Silky ready with the gun in case anybody came out.
0 kills for Enter's KO's the last one up. 10 teams alive, so he just has to survive and just snake this one out for more placement points. As infantry, still Gen G will be going up against him very soon. Right into the field. There's Dumbo, one of the better players for OPGG for sure. Afrika getting a shot on the VLG.
What in the heck, EJ? That is some nasty shooting with that SKS. No, MCG has squared up with Griffin. Griffin hurting mightily. 2Heart very beat up here. The combined fire from MCG strong. Not strong enough to knock them just out yet, but they're taking a little bit of damage on the backside from New Happy underneath the vehicle. Good shooting by Evil Lee. Good movement here from MCG. Can they get to Tanky, though?
Griffin was in a better position, certainly a higher position with better position, with more resources before MCG arrived. Just better, straight on, better shooting from MCG has won the team fight again and again. This is
crazy
actually being scary right now. MCG is running over a lot of teams.
Yeah, MCG, they're going to have to deal with New Happy at some point. It feels like, depending on what happens with this next circle, and maybe they don't because of this next circle. Now, Kale gets 1 on the PO, but Aqua 5 is going to step up and end Entis' round out of the placement points. So basically, I think it was a 0-point round for Entis. This opens the door for a lot of other teams.
What? with the 2 nades, secures 2 kills. Ayo with some massive baseball skills right there, VLG. I think they were thinking that they should be safe. Did not really know OPGG was that far into the field.
We can't count OPGG out. There is a mathematical possibility. It's not very likely, like we mentioned, but it can happen, and they're on their way to a decent start. They've got good circle position. They've just picked up some nice kills. Tiamba is going to be able to hang on to the edge inside of the shanties as they just kind of watch what's going on around them. And there are a lot of teams out in the southeast that have to make their way in.
Yep, NCG with some pretty sweet loots away from Griffin's hands. As I thought, New Happy cannot really climb up the hill right now as they're waiting for the next circle to pop. NCG in a pretty good dominant position where they don't have... If they cross the line here, then it might get dangerous, but they can just stay up on top of the hill right now.
Yeah, they can wait. They have a lot of time, and they can let some of these other teams fight. Now, Gen G has made their entrance to the old location of Entis. After taking them out, they're going to take that position for themselves. Oh, no, OPGG.
GG might have spread a little bit too far. Okay, MCG is helping out OPGG, shooting on top of Gen G. Delaying this attack a little bit. It's going to be about the timing. Yes. Ao's down from behind.
Smokes and frags are up. Dumbo's on the front, trying to keep Gen G pinned. Spraying, hoping, connecting with a grenade from Alfaka. That's Aqua 5 down. It's up to Loki to try and survive, to try to get more points here for Gen G. He steps up. He's going to put them all down. Loki gets the job done, but he's going to go down to MCG.
The MCG with 10 kills already with a full squad still in the circle. That's insane. Only 5 teams left.
Yeah, MCG is looking very, very good right now. They just topped Tianba. Afrika does wipe out infantry over on the backside. An incredible fight for them, but we're focusing again on our top 4 teams here.
Of course, New Happy is still there, and MCG, they are keeping all of their attention towards New Happy only because they know that New Happy is going to be the biggest challenge right now. Afrika Fakes, they're away from them. They can't really get an angle anyhow. So it's not a good timing to push down now, as New Happy has to come out with the next circle first. And depending on the next circle, if it shifts hard south, both of the teams might actually go down.
Afrika can hang on to this ridgeline, then they have another one in front of them they can leapfrog up to. So there is quite a bit of space here for Afrika to work with, as there are really no other teams anywhere near them. Everyone's stuck on the edge. This one's very, very important for these teams. Where's it going to go? It heads towards MCG. And it has half the road inside of it, so this one's kind of a toss-up on where it's going to go.
Depending on the timing, though. If Mings from Tianba push and Luren, those two are scary members from Tianba. If they push up at the same time as New Happy, at the same time from north and south, MCG might be caught and giving a lot of chance towards Afrika. Afrika, I think they were just waiting for the other teams to fight first, and then make a big rotation. I think they had few vehicles left.
Yep, and Dangche is already starting to make his way on foot, as Afrika feels like this is a good time to go with particularly New Happy and MCG really trading fire. A lot of damage being done. There's a motorcycle inside that shanty, but they can't really get it going. They can't get it open. There's the circle there now as well, so that is a dead member of New Happy. There's no getting back to that. Grenades in the front to prevent the exit from the shanties. Evo Lee and the other members raining down. The SLRs are clicking, and New Happy is going to try to get out of here. Actually, they are able to get that res. I'm quite surprised. I thought that wasn't going to happen. Now they got to cross the street, and Afrika's right there to pick up the points.
Yeah, Jiao's the only member that actually made it all the way out into the middle of the circle. Now Tianba Mings is also coming, stopping just by the rock here, as keeping in control against Afrika that might just run into them very soon.
Yeah, they're in trouble. I mean, fortunately for New Happy, Giao was able to get across the road. He's the only member to survive for New Happy. As Tianba is going to take this opportunity with 3 teams fighting to make their move towards the center as they do a 1-1 split across the road. Really good movement here from Tianba.
So Tianba's forcing Afrika and MCG to fight on their own from the top of the hill. And they're just going to wait in the middle, look for the next circle shift either towards one side. It has to be one side, a little bit towards more one side of the road here, as Giao is looking for this very same idea.
Quintessential Tianba, they love to do this in these valleys. This is their play style. I've seen them do it all the time, particularly on Erangel to the valley just to the south of Pachinki. I've seen this multiple times from Tianba. They love this setup, so it's not too surprising to see them go for it, as Luren does have a vehicle for cover. But Summer, of course, knows he's somewhere in the vicinity, probably close to this vehicle. Now, that vehicle is smoking, and if I'm MCG, I'm starting to think about maybe trying to blow that vehicle up, see if you can get lucky with the explosion direction.
He's covered. 100% covered. Yep, blowing that up is the first. As Mings, he's just waiting for that perfect time to peek out and then come back in after the smoke.
He gets up. He knows it's going to blow. He gets far enough away from it to be safe, but it does expose his position. That's what the smokes are for. Those only last so long, and now you know for sure that if you can get that grenade in there, it's just up short, as he is just a bit too far away for those arms of our PUBG guy to reach.
Yep, little too far, and also just far away, enough away from Afrika that not much robots can actually reach there. I think he might actually go all the way back into the vehicle. Oh no, MCG is pulling off. Pulling all the way in. He wants to take on down Mings. Caught in a weird position in the smoke, though.
They know who this is. They want to knock him out of the round. Luren's going to get a knock, but a grenade from Evil Lee gets Mings here. It's just Luren left. No, EJ steps up, kills him. Tianba is out in 3rd place. Now it's MCG versus Afrika. MCG made a big move. Summer is on the flank, though. He's able to cover it. Don't forget about Giao. He's still in here.
Yeah, Giao is still there. Might be a big strat. I take Summer down. Someone was supposed to be a turret on the top of the hill, marking down Afrika members, but he goes down. And MCG now sort of in a trouble, but they do have the vehicle cover. That's the important part.
Yeah, this push could prove to be very, very costly for MCG. It looked like they might have had this round in the bag, but they go for the points on a Tianba to bop them out of the round. They put them down in 4th, and because I forgot about Giao was hanging out there, but they might end up falling because of it. Afrika has the high ground. Some utility left for Afrika, but they got to make it count. EJ setting it down. how much do they know about Gyao's position? I'm kind of wondering, because EJ isn't really looking over to check that side.
I think they have some idea, but not exactly, because New Happy did not go out entirely. And we do have the final circle right in the middle. MCG's got a pretty good control, but they also have to come up at the same time. Afrika, they have to come downhill. I think Afrika, they have a lot of smokes since they didn't really have to use that many resources. And that's Gyao going out. 3 versus 3 between Afrika and MCG.
Okay, here we go. The push is on a bit for Afrika as they work their way down the hill, trying to keep the fire on top of MCG. Some grenades going to come out as well. 1 molly left there for Roa, but they're going to come up just a bit short in front of MCG. They can keep them pinned behind that ridge line for quite a while. Eventually, the Blues going to make Multi-Circle Gaming potentially make mistakes. Now, it is Evil Lee over on the side, looking between the pimento trees. He's going to get a ton of damage. EJ gets the knock. EJ's coming up huge this round. Evil Lee already had 5 kills. Summer had 6. A huge game regardless for Multi-Circle Gaming. This is going to be the push from Afrika Freaks. EJ up in their face. Stuns are down. EJ's not able to connect on top of Lingdu. It's Dangche up and over. He's going to have to 1v1 Takey. Forced prone. EJ still trying to spray, but Lingdu doing better. Takey does get the knock onto Dangche. They're trying to get the assist. Over to EJ. Row on the side. This is desperate now for Afrika.
Yeah, 2-2. EJ still buying some time as Dangche's down. That's Molly that would just not connect outside here. As Lingdu is trying to get some work. As Tank was trying to push from the side, but did not really go all the way out, as EJ did have better. But Tank again against Roha takes the entire squad down by himself. And Multi-Circle Gaming with a very dominant form, 15 kills. They take the first chicken dinner of the final day.
Huge game. Massive kills all around. 6 for Summer, 5 for Evil Lee, 4 for Tanky. These guys came out to play, and it is an even day, so it's China coming out with the first chicken dinner of day 6 here at PCS3 Asia.
What's happening, Paper Thin? This is going to turn a lot of results. This might actually bring them near the top.
They're close. They're very, very close. I know they're going to be very close now. They had already leaped ahead of Tianba midway through that round with the kills they were racking up. This is going to put them in a very good position. Afrika just wasn't able to outduel the aggressive, the great throwing of the stuns, the great shooting from Multi-Circle Gaming.
Yeah, Afrika certainly had more resources, more throwables in compared to MCG, as MCG had to go through a lot more teams before reaching it this far. But Tank was always in the top kill, always in the top damage, just pushing through from the side. I thought EJ certainly had the better position in the middle of the circle. That was one placements where you should not been taking too many shots. Just making sure there is always a focus from a member for MCG, but I think he overstepped just a little bit too far.
Yeah, it was just a bit too much. I think the throwables were a little too early for Afrika. They just weren't close enough to get them to land where they needed, and so they wasted a lot of their utility early on. It might have been part of it was because of the way the hill was positioned there.
Yes.
So they weren't. It's hard for them to get close enough in time, but maybe a little over eagerness there from Afrika.
And a crazy round because MCG wins with 15 kills. OG in 9th place with 0 kills. Tianba was out early.
Yep. Well, sort of. They didn't put up a lot of kills. They weren't out early, but they didn't put up a lot of points.
Nah, not at all.
Yeah, it was I mean, it was a 4th place, but not a ton of points. I think MCG is going to be like 4 or 5 points behind OG.
Yeah, it seems like MCG is actually. MCG already surpassed Tianba in the middle. 1-5 with the chicken dinner.
They might be tied with Entus.
Just below Entus, or like
really
very close to that.
Really close. Oh man. MCG, just huge game to start the day. All over the place in that one. Picking up tons of kills, great movement there. I was wondering if that movement against, when they went down to the road to take out those members of Tianba, it left Afrika in a better position, but it was the right move for MCG to make. They didn't have many other options, and they want to get Tianba out of the way. 25 points for them, 17 for Afrika, 11 for Infantry. OBGG with 8, not bad, but with Multi-Circle Gaming now, it's starting to feel like maybe this is a 2-horse race.
Yep. Because of Gyao, I think without Gyao, if they had no idea, they would have already started to climb down from that hill when there was a fight on for MCG versus Tianba. But knowing that Gyao's down there somewhere with not much of an idea, I don't think Afrika Freaks pushed down because of that reason. That was a perfect timing to actually push down to get that next circle control. Yeah, exactly. It was a tough moment there for Afrika, but it is going to be MCG catching way up, only 4 points behind Entus, so a lot of work to be done
all of those kill points, huge for Multi-Circle Gaming. They really look to potentially be toppling OG and Entus. They got to get it together. They can't have any more 0 points rounds. Those have got to be done. You can't have your worst day today if you're OGN.
Already a big surprise. Only by 4 points. We
It's
began
huge.
with 24 points.
It's huge.
Against Tiamba, not against MCG. This is incredible. Did not even imagine this to happen in the first match of the last day. As it is an even day.
Yep.
MCG has started that for China.
We've talked about it all throughout this tournament that the Chinese teams make great adjustments day to day. From day 1 to day 2, from day 3 to day 4, from day 5, now here to day 6. You have to give them, the players, their coaching staff, their analysts, everybody that's involved with these teams are so good at coming into the next days and playing much better than they did the day before.
And when MCG is on fire for the day, when they get a big round to begin with, on that they usually get a lot of kill points.
Yeah.
And it started with Chicken Dinner, and they were up against a big challenge, and love the decision. Was it VLG that they went against at the very end? At the beginning was Sun Sisters on top of hill, and then they immediately pulled out. If they started to fight there, no Chicken Dinner for them, but the right decision was made.
I was kind of expecting to see VLG maybe be a little more aggressive towards that fight, but they kind of backed off and they ended up getting torn apart because they kind of got caught out in no man's land. It seemed like maybe there was a little indecisiveness there, whether or not to try to take that fight. But guys, huge game to start the day. We got to take a break. Game number 2. We'll be back soon here at PCS3 Asia.
Hi, this is Annie of Weekly PCS. Did you enjoy watching the events in last week's PCS3? Now that we only have 1 week left, here are last week's highlights to get you caught up for the final week of PCS3. In Asia, PUBG Esports finished week 2 and first on the leaderboard. Their play reminded me of their performance at Charity Showdown earlier this year. PUBG was fighting back and forth with OG and Entus from Korea for the top spot. At the end of day 4, PUBG was Asia's first place team in the second week of PCS3. OG and Entus is still showing stable performance. However, if they lean into their explosive performance more, they definitely could be a team with a good chance of winning. Asia is highly contested and showing the fiercest competition among the 4 regions. The top 8 teams all scored over 100 points. Genji, the champion of PGC 2019, is still in 9th place, but fans saw a shining moment in Day 4 Match 1 when they scored a perfect chicken dinner, a throwback to the good old days. Erangel Ghibli and 4AM are still bumping into each other sometimes, but both remain in the top 5, showing potential to win this event. Competition is more intense than ever in Asia. Which team will be crowned the PCS3 Asia champion? Let's see what happened in North America in week 2. Guadalajara Gaskins showed remarkable performance, earning 106 points in the second week. They quickly moved up to 2nd place. In the last match of day 4, Gaskins got 18 kill points and the chicken dinner, widening the gap with Oath, who sits in 3rd place. This team might sound new, but Nikus and Honey Badger have each played in the OC and NA regions, while Bosick is a veteran player who has participated in PGI 2018. Sonics, of course, is flaunting their consistency. They almost matched the same amount of points as their week 1 performance, proving them to be a steady team. The trust from PUBG Esports fans shows since Sonics currently has the most votes so far among all 4 regions in Pick'em Challenge. There's only a 25-point difference between Sonics and Guadalajara Gaskins, which is very close for the last week of PCS3. Can Guadalajara Gaskins stop Sonics from winning 2 consecutive championships? Also, can Shootakill and Oath show us their last burst of energy? Make sure to check out the final week. In APAC, Vietnam's top dog LG Divine held their lead for the second week. However, they weren't as explosive as they were in the first week. LG Divine won 5 chicken dinners in week 1, but were eliminated in the early stages a lot during the second week. Buriram United Esports and Fury are chasing right behind Divine. I think I saw this happen in PCS2. Miramar United Esports is a team that has always been in top 3 throughout PCS events. In the second week, they've been overperforming and have the momentum of winning 2 consecutive chicken dinners for the last 2 matches. Will they finally seek a chance to take the throne? Fury lost the first place in PCS2 APAC due to an official tie ruling. They're not the team who always shows explosive performance in matches, but rather play smart, stacking up points to maintain high ranks. If they can win more matches though, they will be more likely to win the championship. Let's not forget Division X Gaming, who clutched many great plays with long case support, and Sharper Esports, mostly consisting of former Golden Cat members, who are both following closely. Let's see which team will win the championship in APAC. How was the second week in Europe? Europe, as expected, is a very intense region. Digital Athletics, Tornado Energy, and Northern Lights are still in the top 3 teams in Week 2, even though their rankings have shifted slightly. Team Liquid has put in the effort to rise the ranks and compete for the lead in second week. Digital Athletics is showing amazing performance so far. It's a team that breezed through the open qualifier and they have a great potential. They enjoy sending themselves on tricky situations, but they also stack up points steadily and have finally topped the list. Tornado Energy, who finished first in Week 1, was briefly knocked to 4th place during Day 4, but rebounded after a 16-kill chicken dinner victory in Match 3. Northern Lights have been showing really stable performance for the entire 2 weeks. Even though they slipped a bit on Day 4, the gap between first place is only 10 points, not a lot. Who will be the winner of the last PCS of 2020 in Europe? We won't know until the last day is here. PCS3 has only 1 week left, and this is how the Pick'em Challenge looks so far. Are they teams that you've picked? The last week of PCS3 starts on November 19th. Check out which teams will become champions in 4 regions. I'll be back with the next weekly PCS. Bye!
上测试的人本来就不多少了。倒了。等一下。看我这，翻下了，蹲一下。基地选牛。什么？别人怎么？来。我炸了。现在我。别倒了。我人闪。我跟了，我拉了。我这边怕你全过来，我不能扒。不拉。他死了。走了。牛逼！摸，我这位置能摸。不用撞他，你们就清就行。我自己封烟火。丢人。壳后面有个金牌，我在架他。炸倒了，牛逼！今天这个牛逼！好，两个人死了，可以跳死了。右边的杜哥，右边。来，一起踩，往左边踩，从左边踩。我能打个样吗？打，多放几个。打右边。
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS3 Asia. If you thought this one was going to be some kind of runaway or some kind of easy mode for OG and Entis, you were dead wrong. MCG with a 25-point chicken dinner catches right back up to that top spot.
DAY6 just got so much better, favorite thin, as MCG's on the climb, not far away from OG and Entis. Well, we're just about to have another Chinese day. We just might have that on an even day, as we're about to see that damage coming out from Tank, Evil Lee. I mean, those two, the entire squad kept up fight. They only had knocks, never really gave kills to any other squad, and that power stayed strong.
Yeah, it was a huge game from them. And just incredible performance from Evil Lee, stepping up when the time is right for his team. Tanky has been just great throughout this whole tournament, and that's going to put him up there. I don't think Indigo did much damage. That might put him ahead of Indigo for the damage lead throughout this event here at PCS3 Asia. Dumbo, Long Skirt, Too Hard having very nice rounds as well, but really the story of that one was MCG.
MCG running into a lot of fight, especially the timing where they pull up against Griffin. Full squad was incredible. Griffin just made it inside the circle, and MCG to pull up right on top of them. That was basically won by shots, not by position, not by resources, by shots and their focus fighting on the vehicles. Griffin, they had better advantages. They had a lot of advantages on top, but to keep the full squad against them, it's going to be tough for Griffin to get out of that nightmare into coming into match number 2.
It's one way to win PUBG games. If you're just better at shooting than your opponent,
oh yes,
you can win in situations that you're not supposed to, and that's why we play the games, because that's a big part of it. One of the most fun parts to watch about competitive PUBG, and MCG in a master class there as we get ready for Miramar. Game number 2 coming at you. Well, if you put a mirror right down the middle of the map, this plane path is like the opposite of it. So you can kind of look at it. You know, when things you look in a mirror, they're like backwards but inverted. Basically, this plane path is that. Starting from the Los Igos area, coming up towards Toyahumata. And yeah, it's interestingly enough, it's a pretty similar plane path in a lot of ways.
Yeah, not too bad for anyone. Better for the teams towards the southern side because they get to loot a little bit faster this time. Match 22 out of 24. What a week this has been so far. It's only 3 more matches to go, including this Miramar. Final match of the Miramar, by the way. As Entis looking to climb back up with no points in the previous match. And Entis, when they get close to 0 in the next match right after, they do tend to play very passive.
Yeah, definitely. They need to kind of find that groove they had yesterday. A win here would be huge for them to solidify their lead, because now it's only 4 points, and that was a huge win from MCG. 25 points is one of the best you're going to see on most days in competitive PUBG. As we take a look at the power grid there, where MCG does drop, and we're getting it again.
Another one.
Wow. North, this one's even more west, but it could end up in the same area. Who knows? And this has just got to be teams like Entis, Infantry, and Tianba even have got to be kind of shaking their heads a bit.
Yeah, we only have like 5-6 teams in the circle, and the other 10 teams are out there saying, how the heck do we get in there now? As Tianba chose a far path near all the way to Miramar into Monte Nuevo last time, but this is a lot more towards the west, so I don't think they can go straight through Nuevo this time.
No, I don't think so either. And look at the early rotation here by Lingdu for Multi-Circle Gaming. You can see it on your map there for a second. He is reaching way out. He is going as hard as he can towards the center of this circle, all the way past the Hook Mountain, heading towards the Crater Fields a bit even maybe. We'll see exactly how far he goes. Spear from VLG is mirroring his path a bit. Let's see if those two end up butting heads at all as this one goes along, or if they're going to be able to kind of separate, disengage, not face any consequences. We'll see.
Just one of the best plays that you can do. And send one as an observer, basically. Go on the high ground, read at least few teams rotating. Then you will have a better understanding of the other teams that you don't even see. And Spear, with less sight, I think he heard the vehicle of Lingdu because they were sort of close.
I think he's betting on that he's going to have better loot. He's got the compound that is just a little bit. I mean, it's esports sitting, so I don't think that's a good bet to take because pretty much the loot's pretty good everywhere.
Yeah, Spears got Molly. I think he knows, he has somewhat of an idea that Lingdu is here, and they didn't really run into each other, but they were only a couple hundred meters out with the vehicles.
This feels like one of those turning points. He has a barrel now, does Spear. This could be, if he can find Lingdu, he can take him down. That could be the end of the round, but Lingdu has a barrel of his own and is holding an angle. He sees Spear cross.
With an iron sight, though.
Iron sight versus iron sight, I believe, unless
I think
Spear
had
might
2x.
have found. He had a 2x on
yeah,
there?
he had a 2x with, may have switched into mini now, but I think Spear's got a good idea. Oh, that's risky.
He's got to know. He's got to know. I think that Lingdu's over here. Oh. Does he not know that Lingdu is...
I don't think so anymore.
I thought he knew. How I could have sworn he heard that. What? Okay, well, Lingdu has pretty good advantage right now if Spear has no idea he's here because he could cross right in front of Lingdu's perception, and it's going to happen. He doesn't know!
Oh!
He doesn't know!
Spear! Another kill for MCG.
That one's got me scratching my head there, G-Cliff. Not going to lie. That one's got me scratching my head a bit. Because he came in there, he cut his engine. You know what I mean? It's like he wasn't even looking for Lingdu.
I think if he was cautious just a little more while he was making the first rotation, I think he should have heard the vehicle because Lingdu was still making a turn, so the engine could not have been off already, unless Lingdu actually turned that off very early on.
Could be. But you got to at least...
Yeah, but Lingdu was the first one in, so I think he wanted to speed up. But VLG, that's a big loss as Spear was supposed to be a pinpoint in the front into these areas, looting it and going into the crater fields. I think that's exactly what VLG wanted.
Yeah, I think Spear probably is going to go back to the replay on that one and be kicking himself a bit. He must have thought he heard the vehicle go away.
Maybe.
And sometimes it can be a little tricky with those sounds because it sounds like it's leaving you. And, you know, again, yeah, maybe the engines were cut early enough for Lingdu that he just wasn't sure. Now Lingdu sees New Happy down in the crater. Ming Ming is down there looting as he is going to get in a vehicle and try to get away from the fire of Evil Lee as MCG looks to control the center and the high ground very effectively.
As if you look towards the east, infantry and Entus not really know. Trying to decide where they actually want to go. I think they want to get a better idea of infantry rotating first and get some more loot before they actually go in. I think they will try to have a similar rotation like they did in the previous match, which did not work out at all for them with no kills.
Look at this. This is Tianba again, really split. Now OPGG's in the middle of all of this in their rotations. Lin Shu way ahead inside of the circle up towards Pozo. The rest of Tianba is stuck either right ahead or right behind OPGG. This is a little bit wonkier for Tianba. They might try to bait OPGG into Lin Shu, see if they can get a kill or something like that.
I think that's exactly what they're looking for. As Alfaka actually delaying the rotation, knowing that there's also two more members behind his back. I think that's exactly what OPGG is looking for, but Lin Shu... Okay, Griffin's also coming here. That's a big...
Yeah, what in the world? Griffin's just like gonna cut right through this like a hot knife through butter. Here we go, 2 heart up next to Lorena. Are we gonna see some side sweet swapping?
Yeah, Lynch, I don't think he will shoot at Griffin immediately. Maybe towards OPGG when they have the last tail. But OPGG making a safer route fee. Yes, smelling something. Good rotation by OPGG.
Yeah, I like what OPGG is doing here. I think Griffin, I think everybody's kind of, something's up, something's weird. There's too many teams here, there's too much chaos, and I think especially Griffin and OPGG don't want to fall into it and, you know, lose any points, and particularly if they have any suspicion that this is Tianba, they don't want to give that team any points.
Exactly. Tianba would not really rotate with just one man up. It has to be 2-2 split when they rotate. So I think that's from the studies of OPGG and also Griffin. Both teams making a smarter decision after reading one. And Kale.
Style points. Just looking good. Feeling good. Well, he's going to get out and check out some stuff. There's...
But this first circle, it is more towards the west, so there are a lot more road entrances compared to the last circle that we had. So Entus should be feeling a little bit better.
And there's nobody until you get to Power Grid for Entis right now, basically, or the other edge of San Martin. That's it. It's completely empty for like a kilometer.
And Power Grid, usually you would expect Destination Gaming White or Gen G around that area. So I think Entis might just try the similar rotation all the way towards the water treatment or all the way up from the north and then moving down from the east of Cobreria side.
Yeah, you see that you can work your way from the north pretty effectively sometimes, coming up out of Cobreria towards that area. But once you get into the crater fields, if you have to cross through the crater field, it can be rather tricky, especially if, like, what's really weird is when the circle ends in the crater field. That is super wonky, but a lot of fun to watch those things happen. If we get to it, we'll see. We don't know. Circle 1 still has yet to finish closing, as OPGG still mirroring Tianba a bit, as they are settling up next to each other way on the west.
Yes, Tianba's still trying to keep OPGG out. As I think that's one of the best play Tianba can do. Keep one team out, make sure you clean that up, make sure your back is safe and clean, and then start to rotate into the field when you have better control and all the way up towards Cobreria and Crater Fields right in the middle.
Yeah, this one's really weird because there's a lot of kind of bad spots, but there's a lot of good spots, and there's a lot of high ground. There's a lot of like high terrain inside of this one, and there's a lot of low terrain. It's quite a fascinating circle you're left with.
And the next, not on this circle, but the next circle, a lot of vehicles are going to be tossed away because you only have limited entry with the vehicles here. As you can go on top on the east side of Crater Fields, but while you're driving up, you are going to be shot down from a lot of the teams.
It's going to be really hard for Entis now as they're coming in late once again. This time they're by water treatment, and infantry is already way up on the north by the Oasis coming in around the other side of that mountain that's up there. OPGG now on the move towards Cobreria and going to head up the mountain like we kind of mentioned earlier. It's not too bad of a decision to make. There's some terrain and other things to work with up on the side of this mountain, especially once you get towards the top.
And there are lots of hiding spots on top of these mountains within that kilometer. At least like 2-3 teams can actually fit in there. That southern road on the south of Cobreria there.
I think I've seen like 5 teams fit up there before. Like
it's actually, no one would actually go down, but within that top part,
a
lot of teams can actually stay. So Entis, looking into, I think he even saw one of the members of Pero is making a rotation. Since no other team is actually making a late entrance these days into week 3, Entis looking to strike with the other strategy.
Yeah, I mean, Entis has a pretty good bead on the backside of K7 here. They could go for a point or two, but Lockslock is trying to get out of there with that buggy, trying to avoid any early losses for him and his team as Entis rolls up behind all of this. And this is going to be a tough one for Entis. It's a lot harder to make that kind of patented Phase 3, Phase 4 rotation they like to make with this many teams already clustered up. And honestly, there's a few compounds here and there, but when you got to drive up and down the hills in Miramar, it's very challenging.
As Entis known as a team to make one of the bets pathing into the second, third circle. This is not an easy pathing to actually make. They can go down to the northern road, right into Cobreria, but after that, it's going to be really hard. There are some members, infantry, some sisters, also K7 nearby, but they might just get lucky, taking the easy way out on the road.
For Tianba, it's a safe rotation to the northwestern edge of the crater field. You got GEX that's settled up inside and outside of the crater field for now. So for now, Tianba's okay. They've already grouped up. I think Tianba wants to try to, brute force any situations they find themselves in. A little bit like last game, but they were a little late on that rotation. It almost cost them the round early on. They had Mings, who with literally 1 health, held on. I mean, we got to keep that particular moment in mind. Will that that situation they survived, be enough? Those extra points they got for getting 4th place, will that be enough for them to win this championship?
So that's going to be the big key for Tianba. Can they really push into the crater fields? Because this is so far so good for Tianba, near Cobreria and on top of crater fields. But once they go past that point, if the circle shift east, luckily for Tianba.
Wow, a nice one here for MCG and Tianba. It's the middle of the crater fields, and that could be where it ends up. It very well can end in there.
This is insane from the eastern side. 4 a.m. Pero Destination Gaming White, K7, Sun Sisters, Entus, Infantry.
I think Entus probably wants to try to get as north as they can. Sun Sisters over there as well. Now there was a knock, and it looks like it's finally going to be a finish here onto Lingdu. He does well early to get Spear, but looks like he's going to be found out this time around. Now MCG is up on the hill, but Tanky realizing that the full force of Griffin probably going to be too much for them to deal with. Lingdu trying to get as far away as he can, see if he can bait Griffin into bad positions and give MCG some more kill points.
MCG, if they get a knock or two, they will immediately get in the vehicle and get to the low ground and take Griffin out, but not this time as Griffin getting what? 4 a.m.?
Just gone. They were fighting over on the eastern edge with
They
New
just ran
Happy.
into New Happy.
Yeah, they're just done. And of course, we're focusing on our top teams. Ghibli gonna find long DD from Pero as he tries to pop out of the vehicle, but there was not a lot of momentum. But oh, he's gonna get some help from XDD. He's gonna get Lambu. Ikari on the side now, one of the top fraggers in this event, spraying down to that 3x, getting some decent hits, but not getting any knocks. A grenade explodes behind them. Doesn't catch anybody severely, just dinking and dunking on top of Pero. They are gonna finish off, I believe. Who the heck did they just kill? That was somebody there. It looked like a
Deva, I think.
Deva? Okay, Deva from VLG went down, but VLG still has Akari alive. He comes up on the side, gets Mill. Gonna look down, see if he can go for that res. Lambu still has enough time to go for this. Mamu and XCD stepping up. That's not good enough. Akari doesn't hear the steps, and out goes VLG.
Yeah, because of Smoke was not able to hear the step. Hero loses one, but that's still good. Even New Happy was pushed right after that. K7 actually being aggressive, getting the dominant form. Pushes out New Happy, that's 4 a.m. And also New Happy gone from that eastern side. Now that cluster is somewhat cleaned up there but on the northern east side.
Entus does lose Sungjang to the fire of infantry. Under is very hurt as well. Gotta be careful you don't back into your teammate there, Inigo, as they do try to make up for this, try to get 3 in this pickup. You do not want to be in Indigo's spot, but there's no choice at this point.
I think they can go far enough as the infantry will be shooting on top of them, but still, Entus, if they go far enough, they should be good unless they lose a tire.
Looks like they've got it. The tire's full health on this particular Bronco, and this backside of this mountain should offer enough safety, unless, of course, infantry does something wild and just wraps around this backside and tries to fight them. I wouldn't expect that, but you never know. It is infantry.
Yeah, 3-man push as infantry also made a quick rotation before Entus. That's why they were able to somewhat trap them out of circle, but still Entus 3-man strong. Will be able to do somewhat better this round as Tiamba is sort of close and not bad. Really good for Tiamba. Again, somewhat lucky for infantry because they barely found some space up on top.
Yeah, this circle pretty gross. About half this is mountain and the other half is plain field. Pio's gonna find Machao, put him out of this particular game. Now, Tiamba is still pretty well situated. MCG is diving into the field. They have GEX and OPGG to contend with here. As you can see, as MCG is trying to drive around all of this, Evil Lee takes a whole bunch of damage. That's going to force him and his partner off of their bike. Evil Lee needs to heal up. Summer's going to have to stop as well. And this compound's going to have to be good enough, I feel like, for MCG for now.
Yes, it will actually be pretty good, even though they did lose a member. Here's Griffin against Africa, but Roja picking up a challenge. Bonita goes down at the same time, but Denke is on the run already. Griffin taking a lot of teams down from that south side.
Yeah, definitely not where Africa was expecting somebody to be potentially. They were a little late with the reinforcements, and Griffin already there to welcome them, say hello. That grenade's going to bounce off the front of that shack. Nothing doing for that particular one, as Entus now has found the side of Genji, a full 4-man for Genji. Detonation Gaming White is making a rotation through the crater around the rim right now, and Genji's fanning out, I think, to try to bounce Entus out of this round potentially. It's Melifo coming up here on that motorcycle, doing a little stunt work up on top. He's got Gokuri with them. They're up over the hill, but out of the frying pan, maybe into the fire here.
As Entus Indigo out in the blue. We'll be okay with the kit, but Genji's got a pretty big spread. Of course, PO into the circle already, and Entus, they really have to push.
Yeah, there's no choice now. This is circle 4, phase 4 blue, and this really starts to chunk pretty hard. You can see Indigo, there aren't many options. Genji is just completely bared down on top of them. They had better position. They had more members, so they're able to fan out and circle Entus, and this could be another 0-point round for the top team.
Knocks Indigo down so far, but Indigo takes a big shot in his face and taking the blue damage at the same time. No one's actually in in the circle now. Pio's going to keep Entis out, so I think it's going to be Entis just out with another 0 point.
Les Under's got some absolutely crazy heroics going for him. No, he does not.
No.
It is Aqua 5 there. Indigo does get a Nonic, so that's a point for Entis, but that's not going to be nearly enough to keep them ahead of MCG. I feel like with the way MCG has positioned themselves in this circle, there's still some time, though, that MCG might get bopped out of here. Indigo now trying to find another point. He's going to get a knock on Aqua 5. Can he get another here? Onto Loki, just not able to get the handle on that mini.
But one more. And after that heal, he's going to be out basically with nothing else in the circle right now. And that actually hurt Gen.G a lot more because they had the full squad. And with not too much of a kill, I don't think it was totally worth for Gen.G to push this far.
I think this might be it for Indigo here. Pio has a pretty good beat on him, and Indigo has a lot of blue to deal with. Aqua 5 is basically down and out, as is Under. Now he's trying to see if there's any meds available. Loki running down the hill. Some shots from Pio. Going to finish the round. Indigo tries his best, and they get a couple points for Entis, but they go out early again.
And that's a single point for Entis for the first 2 rounds in Miramar. So that's a big loss. Gen.G only left with a couple of members. As full squad for Tiamba, near full squad for MCG. Right towards the center, there's another pop.
Yeah, this one's very favorable. It looks like it's going to finish in the crater fields. And based on that last circle, it kind of makes sense. There's not a lot of, there's stuff around the crater edges that is considered, I believe, unplayable, if I'm not mistaken. And regardless, it feels like these circles just end up in the crater fields one way or another when you have that much of the crater field left. So it looks like it's going to be heading towards that kind of finish as Gen.G is going to throw themselves right towards this compound. Griffin is sending it down here as well.
They had the exact same idea. Juanita, Sura, Too Hard coming in hot. Loki, Pio positioned pretty well though, and somewhat of a help from the other team too.
This is tough now for Griffin. They were just a bit too late. Good grenades on the outside are doing damage. Pio has been knocked. So once again, it's going to be up to Loki to try to do some theatrics for Gen.G, and it's some trading fire with GEX. Oh, Loki comes around the side, doesn't get the knock, but gets pretty good damage, backs off into this corner. He has nowhere to go in or out of there, unless he tries some vaulting shenanigans, but that's pretty tough usually.
This had to be done with Tiamba. Ninja Gaming White actually challenging onto Tiamba at the perfect time. They were about to get into the vehicle, but Linshu caught right behind the tree there, who's going to win that fight right on top. Tiamba, rest of the members that get pulled down, but Destination Gaming White knocked out by Tiamba straight up.
Yep, Tiamba just better. They're hanging out along that northwestern edge, and they're making it work so far with some kills along the way, and now they're trying to see if they can hurt Infantry, who's trying to get on their motorcycles. Did that tire pop just on the front of that? Doesn't matter. Regardless, 9 got out, and 9 is about to go down as they look to try to do it to the other member. Lin is up ahead. Longskir's in a battle way on the other side for Infantry. Lin does regroup with Zhao Ying a bit, but they are in dire straits.
Yeah, using the fight between Sun Sisters and K7, Infantry actually making an entrance into the circle that's not as bad as Tiamba. They can't really get full shots into him or big movements into the crater field, as in the field, it's actually 100% controlled by all the other teams. GEX, OPGG, Griffin, and MCG right at the center. Peril also keeping the doors out from that eastern side of the field.
Yeah, well, look at Sun Sister doing decent stuff here. Faye holding the line against Infantry. Eventually he does fall, but he puts some serious damage into them. K7 Lockslot going to fall as well to Lin from Infantry. You can watch Tiamba is hearing this and trying to scope out what's going on, but it's a little too dangerous for them to fully send it over there just yet. Circle's going to force the issue, and they're trying to get more control of the northern side.
As Tiamba finally on a push after knowing that Infantry lost a lot of their power. As they are looking to control towards the eastern side, we have a pretty hard shift towards the east, and the field boy, they have to come out. GEX, OPGG can stay. That's also Griffin, the entire squad of them.
Yeah, I don't think this is quite a fascinating circle. Right between the two craters is where the center is right now. So this one's going to be a really interesting finish, and Tiamba has to kind of come downhill a bit, as does Infantry. Well, maybe not for Infantry. I think they still have enough of this top area in that they can kind of hang out. MCG can remain in this compound, but I imagine somebody's going to have to make an attempt or a play at it, potentially Griffin, potentially GEX. We'll see if anybody goes for it, or who knows, maybe even Infantry gets crazy and goes for it. No, they're going to set up. I figured they'd try to set up along this lip.
I think this is exactly where Tiamba wanted to get that set up, but Infantry pulled up ahead a little early. And Tiamba can make a little bit more of a push into this part, but that's going to be caught by Infantry. As soon as they find out what the vehicle sound, they should already know that Tiamba's right there. But with just 2 men, I think they're a little bit scared right now.
Yeah, I don't think Infantry has any want to fight this particular situation just yet. Maybe if Tiamba gets into it with another team, like maybe Pero. But Afrika and Pero is still kind of deadlocked over there on the eastern side. As that hasn't moved yet, so Pero's just kind of waiting. Afrika's just like, we don't have to move either, bro. And I don't expect much to happen there just yet. OPGG still in the circle. Really, it's GEX and Griffin that I kind of have my eyes on.
Yep, but you gotta take care of what's left. Taking down Denche. One more. Hansia is all the way on the back at the edge. Pero, if they take care of Afrika without losing a single member, I think they might just have the chicken this time. As everyone else out from the field, they basically have to fight coming into the next circle.
Yeah, I think Pero just got, impatient. They knew that they needed to get ready for this next circle, and the sooner they get rid of Afrika, the better. EJ is being bared down upon by all of them. Griffin taking this moment, this opportunity. Good timing here by Griffin, while a few teams are kind of distracted, and they have decent cover on their rotation path to keep them away from MCG's sightlines.
As MCG is just in somewhat of a bunker on their own, right in the middle of the center. As they can also pull one more. There's another small dip right towards the center, and MCG is the closest one to it. And I think keeping one member on the back for the turret and then pulling 2 will be the best play they can do with the next circle popping.
Yeah, Tiamba, I think, is in a pretty nice spot right now with this ridge. They've got some high ground on top of OPGG. They should be able to block that in pretty well. The problem is now that Pero has left the compound over on the east, there's going to be more sight lines available for them. And that circle is very nice for Pero, right in their wheelhouse. They are going to have so much control over this.
Lovely. They can just pick on any team when they get a chance. When they see a knock, they can look towards that direction, steal that kill point away. I think that's the best play that Pero can do. Trying to go for that easy dinner, and before that, Tiamba, they're moving on a little hot. This was supposed to be the spot that MCG was supposed to take a little bit earlier on with the rotation, but stolen away.
Yeah, this is smart by Tiamba. They got to make a move. They want to try to get the win, so they're going to go for it, and they have some stuff to work with. Now, there is a hill above them. I wonder how that's going to come into play, and MCG right next to them as well. So already one knock here from XDD. XDD working up on the side of that hill over the fence, finds pretty good sight lines, but now good shots from Linchun. Going to put him back.
As M200 will be rest easily, XDD. He's also got to be careful because as soon as he's knocked, Griffin will also push from the top. And somewhat unlikely too because of the timing issue. Little BGG waiting as long as possible, trying to catch the rotation of GEX, who stepped a little bit too far, a little too early compared to everyone else. Will basically be shredded down from everyone else.
Yeah, meanwhile, Tiamba gets right up in the faces of Pero. Throwing some frags over is Linshu. He's gonna get it's Mills' grenade who gets the knock on to Mings, excuse me. A lot of damage being done to Pero, but no knocks just yet as Griffin tries to come behind Pero. Might have been it might have been just the right time to get there.
Yep, Griffin waited for that fight between Tiamba and Pero. Actually, Pero focusing on the Griffin forward now. Great focus. Choosing to shot call. Tiamba going to pressure at the same time against Pero. So that they might just be sandwiched, but actually winning a lot of duels.
What in the world has gotten into Pero? They're fighting on 2 fronts and making it work. This isn't what I learned in history class. I thought if you fought on 2 fronts, it doesn't work well for you. But Pero here is doing pretty good so far, although it might start to collapse as now there's 2 knocked, only 1 left, and indeed it does. In the long run, Pero does fall.
Yeah, Tiamba just pushing it all the way out. Pero, they were pushed. They knew that Griffin was going to push on them anytime soon. So I think that was a little bit overstepped by XTD, but still had to be done against Tiamba, challenging them. Now MCG's on a full pressure. OPGG and Infantry will be the only. If they clean up the other side, and Infantry,
wow.
MCG
just steps out and steps on the teams over to the north. It's Zhao Yang still alive for Infantry, but OPGG 4 out quickly, and now the 2 teams that Entus did not want to see in this situation are still alive and still strong.
Yeah, Tiamba has to take care of Asura right now, so going all the way back into the tower. They cannot lose anyone. It's up to Asura for any sort of knock or kill.
He's got to flush this. He's got to go for the next one. Oh my god, he isn't able to get it. He goes for the 2 for and Luren comes out, and MCG might just win back-to-back games to start this.
Perfect timing to take care of infantry. The last one remaining. They know that he's there, just shooting a lot of smoke. Right now, Tiemba on the res. MCG can actually push a little bit further, but I think they're keeping it passive just because they're 3 men instead of 4.
Well, if you had back-to-back chicken dinners on your bingo card for MCG today, congratulations. You might be marking that one off. They are looking really, really good. Now, both reses do come out for Tianba, so it's not the end of the world just yet. The center of this is kind of anyone's game. It's right, I think, on the like towards that road. So it's kind of flat, open territory, but that lip that MCG has is really nice.
Yeah, and Tiamba has to come through the gates, either or on top towards infantry, towards where Jiao Yang is actually hiding right on the other side of the road, right next to Evil Lee there. Tiamba coming close after getting that many knocks. Better to be careful, but MCG's got a wide spread on them.
Well, MCG really has a great read on this particular situation. What role does Jiao Yang have to play from infantry? Still alive, still waiting in the wings to maybe be the thorn in the side for one of these teams. As you can see, there's the dead center. It's just to the off center of that road. So I think there's a lot of good situations for these. If Tiama can take advantage of this high ground early, but we've seen how well MCG is fighting today.
Great nade, second one. Does a lot more damage, but tank does not go down. A pretty close call by Tiamba after throwing a few nades, making a big rotation into that entrance side. Some are keeping position from the side, so Luren does not actually come across. Mings is trying to overstep the line, trying to draw any type of fire out from infantry or MCG, but no one's fighting right now, as that's going to be a big reveal.
Now, Evil Lee might get the first shots, but then Jiao Yang might come over and shoot into Evil Lee, take him down. That might be enough for Tianba to get this done.
Circle's coming.
All right, here we go. Evil Lee does open up a few shots. It's going to alert Jiao Yang pretty well to his presence, but I don't see Jiao Yang looking around too much just yet. He's waiting this out as long as he can. He wants that second place if he can help it. Or maybe the first if things go very well.
Maybe the first, because this has to be a 3v3.
All right, they're going to beat each other up. I feel like I don't expect this to just go one-sided, but you never know. With the way MCG's been playing here today, their shots are so good.
Some are on a pretty big push, as Mings, I think, took another nade damage from MCD. Really well spread with the final circle. Big weight on Luren.
Jiao Yang's gone. Oh, Jiao Yang's done. I'm laughing because Luren wanted to get a smoke through the grates of the fence and he couldn't, so he just threw it over. There's the opening knock. 2 knocks now for MCG. The last one on top. MCG goes back to back. Unbelievable day on Miramar for the boys from China. Unbelievable. Only 8 kills this time, but it doesn't matter. They are firmly atop the leaderboard now.
Back-to-back win. Both Miramars and Entus got 1 point. So certainly number 1 and in a big lead, over 10 points by now. As they kept in control, and as I mentioned before we went into the match, they had a lot of trouble diving into Circle 4, Circle 5. This time finding the perfect bunker for themselves with 3 men. They knew they could not really fight against the other squad because they lost a lot of their power, but they still kept it very strong, maintaining control all the way until the end. Getting the second chicken on the final day. That's incredible.
No, it's absolutely masterful here from MCG, and the early misstep by VLG's spear kind of propels them to another.
That too.
I don't know how else to say it. He should have known that something was up there, and it is a nice free point, frankly, for Lingdu there, as that. Lingdu's kind of watching him like, all right, does he really not know? Here you go, you can see this. He just runs out in the open here. You can't be doing that. It's tough, I know, but...
Yeah, but this circle, this was one of the tougher Miramar matches that we had. Like, circles on field, it pushes so many teams towards the edge on top, and it just creates a lot of chaotic fights. That's why we had New Happy 4 AM immediately going out in a couple of seconds. Did not even get to see that fight too much.
Well, yeah, VLG here just looked off. I mean, that early loss just sometimes tilts teams, and then they can't make good decisions. They can't recover well off of it, and I think for VLG, that's a big part of it. Multi-circle gaming just does not let OPGG get anywhere near this circle. They had infantry hanging out in that dip anyway. So Asura almost almost ends the round for Tianba, but it doesn't matter. In the long run, it ends up being MCG's jumping around in the
Yeah, even Lawrence says, okay, you guys just win, okay? I can't do much from here. And MCG on top, 18 points. Tianba still with 7 kills, 13 points. That's pretty good. Infantry right below him with basically same amount of kills, but 1 less from the placement points. Griffin surprisingly getting a lot of kill points. They were able to push against a lot of teams. That's a promising sign, but came a little too late on the final week only.
Yeah, Genji picking up their points mostly on the backs of Entis. Entis only picks up 2 along the way, and that's not the start that you wanted if you're an Entis fan, if you're a Korea fan. It has been a tough road for them, but it's not too surprising to see China step up once again. It's happened all year. They are just so good right now. The whole region is stacked.
Entis got 2 kills, okay. We thought it was only 1 against Genji. And OPGG getting some more red in the middle. And you happy after getting a wipe onto the 4 AM? Immediately was turned against K7. There were other teams, a lot of other teams from that eastern side had the exact same idea where they wanted to stay with the next circle.
And now it's a 12-point lead.
200.
12 points for OG and Entis to work with. Only 9 points, or excuse me, 7 points. Good lord, my math bad. Math hard.
8 minus 1.
Yeah, exactly. Entis now 7 points ahead of Tianba. I think it's a 3-horse race. I don't think anybody else can make it up. You have one of these 3 that is going to come away with it.
2 matches left. Unless Ghibli or OPGG, they get back-to-back chicken dinner. It might be possible, but very unlikely. We're going into Erangel very soon. Talking about Erangel, worst news for Tianba because Genji's going to go up against Challenge again. So I think we're really talking OG and Entis and MCG right now.
And if it's Eastern circles, we've seen multi-circle gaming do well in those. If they're Western, we've seen OG Entis do well in those. That's kind of the big question to me. Are we going to see a military circle? Who the heck knows? You know, things can get pretty crazy in those situations.
Right. We actually never had a military circle. There was once and it bounced back north up in the main island. That was it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's been a wild one. I mean, usually you get 1.
Yeah, NA stole all the military circles away from Asia. They had a lot more just this morning, too.
Thanks a lot, NA. Way to go. Guys, how dare you take our military circles from us. There was a military circle in the pre-match scrims. I use that word very loosely. They're just testing more than scrims, but it wasn't. It was over by Novo. I was watching it. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, MCG looks unstoppable. Can anybody get this done? Guys, stay tuned. We're gonna take a short break. We'll be back with the halftime show here at PCS3 Asia.
방해해주려고 왔습니다.
일단 탱크만 넣었어. 탱크만 조금만 더 오른쪽으로 갔으면 큰일 날 뻔했습니다. 한 번에.
지금 소수 교전으로 지금 엔투스 아프리카 플렉스 요리하고 있어요.
이거 케일이 온다는 거예요? 케일이. 케일. 진짜 오제네투스가 인원 배분하는 게
해결사 케일.
더 가나요? 더 간다고요? 올라오면서 오히려 여러 가지 수를 다 차단하고 있습니다.
한 번 더 해볼 수 있는 공간 자체가 있었는데 초합집에서 계속해서 저격해주면서 자리를 만들어내가요.
케일이 혼자 하고 있어. 케일이 혼자.
아니, 와, 진짜 쓰러지나요?
아니, 야!
哎，你那个是有枪吗？
大家都在车上，什么意思？飙车？
哦，林叔是有枪的，你那个是没枪的，只能跑。
帅气这一枪。刚刚旁边好像有辆。
他就先去把那个摩托。哎。靠得喂！
แล้วสกอร์ยิงตัวปิวๆแล้วตอนมาหัวว้าวสกอร์ส่งไปเม็ดเดียวเฮดช็อตแล้วไปสาดขึ้น
これマルチサークルゲーミング来るか
2人にせた3人抜き
これそして場所バレてるんじゃないかな
中国代表マルチサークルゲーミングは
これ入るこれジグレで
ジグレですか
いや今持ってたんでこれかっきりまで入りますね
ティアンブからの車線もさらに通っていました耐えてくれ
これはタンクがサマーをぶっ飛ばした。これは今のよど絶対何もしてないけど何もしていません。
Obviously, Criminal seems very unlikely. Oh my god, Orange, you lucky boy. Keep your head down, boy. Oh, dearie me. Did they see him? I don't know, but James is yeah, it looks like James is going to see. There is not much playable area here. Oh my god, it's a mid-air.
Very confidently from here now. As you can see, the circle is not doing anybody any
What
favors.
am I
and- oh!
Solid nade onto Alia, but the vehicle is burning. Out of it we go, and it's time to run. Please don't crush him! No!
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS3 Asia. It's time for our little half-down breakdown time. There's our host, the wonderful Lee Hyun-kyung. But for now, you're just going to hear the not-so-wonderful voices of Paper Kid and G-Clef just grating your ears like cheese.
Exactly. You will have
pizza.
You will have the best nightmare of your life with Lee Hyun-kyung in your dream, but with our voices.
Yes.
Yes, that's the best nightmare that you can have.
Sorry about that, everybody. Well, I mean, G-Clef, all of a sudden, now it's a completely different conversation from what we started the day. The start of the day, can anybody catch OG and Entis? now this question is, can anybody stop multi-circle gaming?
What happened to 90.8%?
Gone, out the window, done. Molly, we mollied that one.
What
Just
happened with 10,000 times of simulation?
They're gone. This is why 10%, you never know.
This is why people watch drama.
Exactly
Why people watch esports.
That's why we play the games. You never know when something magical like this is going to happen when a team like MCG, and I thought coming into this, I thought MCG had a better chance because I thought Erangel was going to be more difficult for Tiamba because of the Gen G business, but I didn't expect them to come and win 2 games on Miramar.
So exactly what I thought was MCG has to have their best day and OGN has to have their worst day in order for MCG to win. I wasn't even counting Tiamba too much because of 2 Erangel today. That's what's been happening for the first 2 matches, and I cannot believe it. I cannot believe how dominant MCG can still be with this much pressure on the final day when they were down now in the lead. With the lead, they will take OGN down and still push on a lot of other teams. That's been incredible with this 3-man squad. I think they are still hungry for more points.
Absolutely. Absolutely, these guys look completely dialed in. They look to be taking good fights. It doesn't look like they've lost a step. Looks like they figured out what was wrong yesterday.
The total damage. Almost 25,000.
My God.
Just from 22 games.
It's outrageous. Takey's just, he's the top damage dealer he has to be right now because, I mean, Indigo did some good damage in that last one. At the end for Entis, he picked up a couple extra points on the, on the Gen G picks. But, man, dude, these guys are so good. I'm just so impressed. I love the play calling. Summer, can't give him enough credit right now. He is leading this team like a general. Just brilliant stuff.
Yeah, he's the commander. Yes, I think they will just continue. Even after losing Tank, they were great. First game, Tank brought it. Second game, I think Evil Lee picked on to like one of the best positions right there to keep the team alive. Also gave information that not infantry, Tiamba was right on top but did not shoot at them. So Tiamba might have thought, okay, we are actually safe. They don't have too much of a clue that we're up here. But Evil Lee had 100% eye on them. So that was a big clue that they can actually move into the entrance side. And MCG is very smart. They really smart and talented at the same time.
And other teams are making mistakes around them, and they're capitalizing on it. That's part of what makes good teams is when other teams make mistakes, you capitalize on it, you get those points, you get those positions that you should. When they make those, when a team like VLG reaches out with a player right next to you and just gives you a free point, well, you take advantage of that. They had reinforcements on the way anyway. Did MCG, so I think in the long run that Spear might have been in trouble. He might have been able to get 1. I don't know if he's getting more than that because I saw there were more vehicles rolling in for MCG and I didn't see anyone else from VLG coming in. So I guess my assumption is that Spear must have really not thought that Lingdu pulled up.
Yeah, sometimes when you're on your own vehicle, it's really hard to hear some other vehicles, especially when you're on Mira though. Or even the motorcycle is pretty bad with the sound.
True.
So I think that's exactly what happened to Spear, but too bad for VLG. They were not able to pick up too much. But it's about MCG. When they come into Erangel, they still do struggle in the late game rotation. But due to how things are actually going for them in the final day, you might just have them rolling continue.
Yeah, it just might be their day. So this happens. I mean, teams just sometimes find their mojo on a final day and just wreck a lobby and just win an event. It could very well happen here. I mean, if you're OGN, you got to get a little more aggressive, but this is their better map. It's been their better map. I mean, they do have, Pachinki here to themselves, so they are able to make safer, better rotations.
Easier rotation.
Yeah, for MCG, having Power Grid on Miramar is really nice, especially on those northwestern circles. It's a really easy rotation, quick rotation to get up there, especially on those plane paths where Pozo and Monte aren't that close to the plane path, so you don't have anybody over there.
It's not too hard. Entus did run into a hard circle shift a lot of the times away from them, but Entus, even with those circle, we've had Entus pushing in with the right pathing before. So it wasn't impossible for them to actually stay alive a little bit more, putting a lot of other teams into fight. But their decision-making today has not been crisp at all. It's been lukewarm, very late. Something has to be wrong with Entus right now.
Yeah, there's pressure. No doubt about it. And it's starting to get to them a bit. Now, there are your top 5 damage dealers from that previous match, match number 22. 2 more to go, guys. 2 Erangels here. By the way, you might want to stick around. We have something special coming up in just a little bit. So make sure you guys are around. You know, we got some important things happening in the PUBG Esports world that you guys want to be aware of. Very, very important stuff. But anyway, XDD here, almost 1,000 damage for Pero. I mean, they were holding down that other crater very, very well.
Yes, and they got a lot of those basically free kills and a lot of damage. Not too many kills on their own, but a lot of knock damage on their own. I think that's mostly the damage coming out from XDD. Of course, the other teams, and also Evil Lee all the way at the end. I think he was the one pushing against all the other teams. So that's the damage put in from MCG. Did not really get to see any other members of MCG, but a lot of fight, and we saw a lot of different team members because, yeah, that's usually what Crater Field's all about.
Yeah, it's true. Crater Fields is wild. It was a great final circle location. I think it's really interesting. There's a ridge, there's a little bit of buildings, there's a couple dips. There's a lot to work with there, and that's why you saw 3 teams in it in that last circle.
Honest, I hate it as a player. I hate it as a caster. And I can only imagine that the players, yeah.
Well, yeah, no kidding.
Especially as a shot caller, your brain should be fried by now.
Oh, yeah, no, those circles... That's why the players get angry, is because they're difficult to deal with. And you have to think on the fly, and there's so many things going on in PUBG. Your mind is just so racing all the time. That's what makes it so fun and so exciting, is all the challenges that you're left to deal with. I mean, thinking about everything from weapons to utility to terrain to vehicles.
Usually a lot of your teammates will be feeding you information, checking 360 that there's someone here, there's someone here, there's someone here, and then collecting all those information and then making the path right after within the split second. That's usually the top teams right now, and that has been OG until yesterday, but not today.
Yeah, it's just they're trying to play it safe into these circles. They're not able, and to be fair, that especially that second game, that circle is really hard to make a dive into the middle.
Yes.
There aren't a lot of avenues to do that because of the way that those craters are angled on the outside. It's really tough to just find an angle and drive in.
Yeah, we called it early that not many teams will be using vehicle after phase 3, as we just saw a lot of squads just running into each other immediately, going down in a couple of seconds. That's exactly what happened without the vehicles. If you're just left alone, win the field, going up the hill, whoever's up on top of you, basically will get those free 3. Maybe you can have some fire back, but not likely going to win.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen somebody to try to push MCG, regardless if they know if it's MCG or not in that compound, because with the way that circle shifted up to the north, Griffin or somebody...
Maybe Griffin, but I think they wanted to take advantage that MCG is already there.
I know, but I get the idea of wanting to go for the high ground, but you have to be kind of aware that that particular hill is kind of barren. There isn't a lot of stuff on it, and it doesn't change very much.
And where Griffin went up had to be waited until the fight was over from Tiamba against infantry all the way from the northern side, because they can literally shoot on Griffin. They had to wait, and they had some time until the circle closed. I think that was a safer choice Griffin made, which I like a lot more in the final day.
Yeah, I get it. It's safer, but man, Griffin, you're at the bottom. Like, just
just go to the fight.
Just go for it, man.
Bring the fire in.
And I'm not saying this because I want them to, like, kill MCG and for MCG to lose or anything like that. I'm saying that because I want to see, like, teams go for the win. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I thought MCG's position. I've seen many teams lose that position in other Crater Fields finish in similar type circles. Maybe nothing that's been quite that hard shifted to the northeast, but I've seen teams lose that particular shack compound time after time. It's pretty approachable.
Yeah, from OG and Entus. Oh, the fans loved it yesterday with 2 chicken dinners. It was Korean flags all over the community, but not today.
Today
Chinese
it's a different
flags.
story. Today it's China who's coming in here.
Oh, yes.
And playing like we know them to play. Like we've seen throughout 2020 as they look to kind of set themselves up as the dominant region. We'll find out. 2 more games to go here at PCS3 Asia. It's Erangel time. All right, let's get it. Let's go.
Let's go.
Really fair plane path here. You got to like that if you are a fan of fair plane paths. I am not. So you know what, this plane path can go.
If you're a
go
fan of
pound
any
sand.
team, you should be happy.
Every team pretty well. The Georgia poll is going to be a little bit difficult. Milton Power is a little weird. But other than that, you're pretty well inside of decent dropping range. I guess Lipovka's kind of all out there as well.
Unless we have a Zarki finish or like a Nobu finish, I think we're all good.
I don't even think this can finish in Zarki.
It's possible.
I suppose it's like really the most western plane path or circle path you could possibly have. But anyway, it's regardless, it's a nice plane path. It's a little bit different than what we saw in Miramar. This one's a little more fair.
Yep.
And you can see Peril has that military base. Peril is praying.
Ooh, Sun Sister's actually not going towards that western beach anymore with the fair path. Going all the way up.
Yeah?
With Afrika.
Oh, are they going to do like the trash loots on the northern road?
I think so. Which Sun Sisters tried a couple of times. And Afrika, they do love Stalver.
I'm watching Genji and Tianba, and right now neither one of them is really interested in getting involved with each other. In fact, Tianba's even stopped up at the ruins for now, and we go northeast. Okay, so this is pretty nice here for MCG in a way. There is a lot of open terrain to work with. Nobody went over to Lipovka. Nobody went to Milton Power. So that entire eastern coast from the south is theirs for the rotating.
They can take all the prison mansion into Lipovka, and all, even on top of those, Lipovka can actually go to the cliff and look for the later rotation. And as the circle will move away later on from the waters. Tianba this time. Genji has crossed the line already. Pio getting that massive run. He said it on the stream. He's not going out without a fight. As Tianba, they're also coming.
Yeah, I don't expect either of these teams to be really happy about each other. Good shots coming down here again for Pio. Trying to see if he can connect one more with those barrels. Some more shots.
2x.
Oh, no, they're not going to get him, I don't think. He's pretty far out. They should be able to get down behind that hill enough.
One more win for Genji.
Are they going to just go for it? Are they going to chase him down? Are they going to chase him down, or are they going to head north?
I think they will chase. I think they will actually chase them down, not all the way onto here, but maybe into the cargoes.
I'm watching. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think Pio might, him and I think Aqua 5 might hang out and stay towards the mountain and just completely just swat Tianba out of this round.
Because as long as they control that the garage house in the eastern side, Tianba still has to make a big rotation into the east circle. So I think they will just trap them out of the way, like a fishing net in a way. Yeah, they're controlling the bridge, so they can't come out from the north, and
they learned their lesson.
Luren is diving right onto Inonix.
We've seen this before, but this time
and Loki.
This time it's
getting
Gen
ready.
G. Yeah, man. This time Gen G is the ones who are going to be ready for it. They had the early aggression, and oh boy,
Loki!
What is he doing? He's dead. He's done. Woo! No way, Jose.
Your knees are gone.
Yep. There's no way. I don't know what he's doing.
I remember you last week destroying all the tires when we left the houses already.
I'm scratching my head a bit about that one by Luren. I'm not sure what that was. You have to know that Gen G's gonna be pretty quick. I guess you're expecting them to stay on the eastern side of the city because of the circle?
Yeah, Gen G, there were some cases where when the flight path was slightly away, Gen G did not come all the way towards the western part of the North George. I think that's what Tianba expected with the rotation, but 2 men up now. And I think that further moves them away from the top. It's about MTIS and MCG.
Detonation Gaming White is observing and a few shots coming, but nothing doing as we look back at Spear here, who just has
like
no
the
idea.
Fourth time Spear's
Do we have to keep watching this? We know. We get it.
It's the saddest moment.
It was really sad.
PCS3 Asia. Oh, MCG Evil Lee just got shot down by Detonation Gaming White. Made quite a big rotation.
Let's go, Detonation Gaming White. Getting that first one.
Skip the replay.
Yeah, please
replay.
skip the replay. We've seen this, we know.
Pause it. Let's bring the big screen up.
We know what happened. We were there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So MCG lost the member Evil Lee. I think he should have heard Detonation Gaming White. They pulled ahead not too long ago, but it was not too far away from the rest of the member for MCG.
Maybe the pressure's getting to them now.
Oh.
It could be that they see that leaderboard, they see that 12-point lead, and they get a little over-aggressive, they get a little hungry, and he might have had a similar thing with what happened to Spear. He thought he heard something he didn't because things are going on. There's a lot of chatter in your ears as well. Keep that in mind from your teammates, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, and this really happy to see the kill feed of Tiamba and also MCG making a short rotation, not too far. But from Pochinki, no losses so far into the fields. Below Yasnaya so far.
If this shifts to the southwest, then Antis is going to be, in a great position. If it keeps going north, there are options for Entis. They've got to keep their eyes on the Yaz area to the northwest of them right now. If they can get across that bridge, then there is an option if it goes hard north.
Yeah, a lot of teams are expecting the circle to be landing near Yasnaya. A lot of being controlled still.
Tiamba's not even here anymore.
Yeah, Genji just locking down every single house, checking 1, 2, 3.
The best part is Tiamba's not even here. Tiamba's just like, nope.
Yeah, they're hospital.
We're done.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
there.
You got us this round, Genji.
Oh, yes. Tiamba has to make a far rotation down, maybe towards Gaka Field and then into like Rosehawk. If they want to have that late rotation with the blue damage. Well, Genji wins this game.
Yeah, Genji wins the battle for George this time around. And the blue is going to send the surviving 2 members of Tiamba into their vehicles, into their movements. They're going to make a long rotation, it looks like, as they're already heading more into the blue from what I can see. Now 4AM and K7 up on the hill. Godby takes a bunch of damage here. Zen Nan's going to get the knock onto him from K7. It's going to be the down and out first loss for 4AM here.
Yeah. Has been hurting them a lot, especially when Godby made this much of a stretch without the 3-man setup right behind his back. And this is a pretty high mountain to climb all the way up to Starber. And K7 had better control around Godby. I think they actually waited for the shots. They checked that 4AM was not around him and then got the shots in.
Crazy Sam's got to be really, really careful.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
And I know the view's pretty nice from up there, but
not that nice. Not that nice. That's not worth it.
Oh yes, certainly not.
That's it. Yeah. Crazy Sam just getting a little overextended himself. I almost kind of similar to what Godby did there. Just gets too far out, and the rest of his team's somewhere else, and he's out in Narnia, and there you go. It's just, I don't know what he's doing there. That's really weird. All right, Entis has set up a 2-2 split. Sky Garden, and then to their southwest, they have the other, I don't know what to call that compound. I don't have a good name for it, but the one to the southwest of them across the road.
Yeah, it's the I want to call it too bad. It's the poor neighborhood on the southern side of the field. That's a 2-2. Quite wide split, of course, away from the road, just in case of the circle bouncing. This is a pretty good zoomed up map that we have on the right.
Yeah, and now it is going to be GEX who's taken the Yasnaya field. A couple of the compounds around there are going to be theirs to control, which means they now have a bit of control over that bridge if we do hard shift to the north, which is going to be a few teams wanting that. Genji comes way around to the top of the north late from the blue. Tianba is out by, oh my God, they're in between Pochinki and Milta down on the southern road. Way out there.
They want no business with 2-man left. They need more drivers because they have to heal up at the same time.
All right, Sky Garden is open here for Entis. It's go time. Get there and claim it. OPGG's got Center Detonation Gaming White as well. MCG has a weird situation here, G-Clef. There's 3 up, and they've got that one compound over towards the coast.
Yes, I knew that they would love to take the eastern side, and that was a big bait for them to be near the cliff. And they're still okay, actually, towards the northern east part. We might actually get the northern circle back again. Entis with the best split, set up right there at the Sky Garden, and OPGG getting early control near the mansion.
Yep.
As you can fit in some squad in the jungle right on top, too.
Yeah, and OPGG has kind of set themselves up around the mansion where they don't want to let anyone in. A lot of times you see maybe 2, even 3 teams that get stuck inside the mansion. OPGG wants none of that as much as they can control it. But it's going to be hard for them from the northeastern corner if somebody tries to push from the jungle. Like you talked about, there's a lot of cover inside the jungle. And it is going to be Afrika wrapping around the outside of MCG. MCG, there's a motorcycle here available for Summer. Is it usable? Can he get it out of this spot? Or is it glitched inside? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
He can't get on it. There's not enough room for his character
it says
to
X
fit.
already on top, so can't use it. I thought Africa was going to push all the way towards Lipovka. There are a few compounds that you can't actually use towards the western side, which sort of has a pretty steep hill that I thought Africa would push to check and then use that spot. I'm just going to use the cliff for now as they have lack of information.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there for Summer, but you got to be careful because if you can't fit the character model in between the stairs and the motorcycle, you can't get on it. It just isn't going to work.
Sometimes if you try to force yourself to get on it, worse things happens, and I'm not going to mention worse things. And so, yeah, MCG making the smarter decision here. Still losing Evilly, who has been playing the best, I think.
Today?
Yeah, today he's been going right into front with Tank and just being the point man on the side. In the front, I think Evilly losing him was one of the worst start for MCG certainly today.
Yeah, I think if they lose Tanky or him, it is a big loss today with how things have been going. Now, it is going to be the 2-2 split for Entis, the traditional, on top of the Sky Garden, as we like to call it here in Korea. And Peros to their south, infantry behind that. Tianba's rolled up to the back of the prison, kind of keeping our eyes more focused on our top 4 teams here, guys. It is the final day.
Yes.
So really, MCG and Entis are going to be a lot of our attention for these last 2 games, particularly. Tianba as well is going to be very much where we're watching, and so keep that in mind.
Yeah, talking Tianba, they are right at the south hillside, next to prison where we have it. And infantry, they know that Tianba's coming. Longscar's got an angle, M200. Ming might not be too long until they go out immediately. Infantry, Jiao Yang's coming for Jiao Yang. Lin, Nine's coming for reinforcements. Ming, headshot.
I think he might be dead. Mings is trying to get out. There is scant little health.
Oh, the chase is on.
Yeah, infantry wants to finish this. Infantry wants those points. They want to try to climb up as much as they can. Oh my god, he gets out. He's in the blue though. Does he have enough heals? He has heals.
He does.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I figured he did.
Oh, man.
Does he have enough time to get it off? He just barely. It's only phase 3 blue, so it's not the end of the world.
And infantry had no real good pathing to go into the next circle anyhow, so they used just about right amount of time for them to actually make it into the next one.
So this circle is looking a bit like our ending to yesterday, G-Clef, where we saw kind of this eastern Yasnaya area, but it's a little more eastern shifted than the last one, as Mings does survive. That Dacia is super beat up, though. It's not going to last too much longer. He's driving along the edge, looking out that side window, seeing what's going on. In the meantime, infantry is just going to collapse on him. They don't want him out. They don't want him here.
Lin stretched out here, expecting Mings to come and get destroyed. Not yet.
Oh, come on, Lin. Oh,
on fire. That's vehicle down.
He's got to get out. Yep, it is going to be Lin who finishes the job.
16.
I thought Lin had him in that first one. A few flips of the Dacia, and there is the spoils.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, you do got to be careful. And those things will roll. There is not a lot of friction.
I mean, you can go on the highlight, but you don't really want to go on those highlights.
No, you don't want to be on those highlights.
Nope.
You want to be on the PUBG Esports highlights for different reasons, not for getting run over. All right, PO does find Zennan from K7 as they have made a very late rotation all the way around the Stalber area.
Genji picked onto this position quite a long time ago, looking all the way back from the storage area right below Stalber. As K7, I think they wanted to move out at the same time, so Genji found the perfect timing. And where K7 was before yesterday getting that 4th chicken dinner, 4AIM's got a big control right now.
Oof.
Oh, Savior.
Oof, Savior, no, not like this. Ooh, and Onyx does get knocked here from the Buyohu in the compound. Now Aqua 5 up front. Aqua 5 gonna get lock slap. Looking for the second, he's gonna get it.
Aqua 5, Water 5, he's gonna do it. But shots are coming into a few of the members of Gen G. Can he actually get all the res?
Yeah,
MCG pretty low.
Looking to, MCG almost has an angle. VLG as well. So they're gonna put that car in front of PO, and just in the nick of time, Aqua 5 gonna get there, doing his job that he does oh so well, being the support player for Gen G. But that Dacia might be toast.
Yeah, VLG shooting. Oh, what?
He reached. Oh my gosh.
I think Loki should have.
They're reaching out. MCG is reaching out. Wow. Summer has pushed right up towards Gen G right now. So PO's gone. Aqua 5 is going to be left, I think, as well. It's going to be a vehicle for Loki. Onyx is up and healed. But okay, now Summer has been spotted by somebody. I'm not sure who. There's enough of that tree in the way between him and Anonix. Anonix has no idea. Anonix now getting shot at from the side, but Summer hasn't connected any shots just yet. Now he's taking some damage from Forever.
Yeah, from 4 a.m. Also, New Happy reaching all the way out here with some damage. That's Forever with the headshot, Summer. Oh, a little too far away, my friend. Only 2 members in the compound, Tank and Ling-Du for MCG now.
Yeah, MCG really wanted these points. They felt like they had Genji in a bad position, but it's hard when you go up there. Some of these compounds can see you. There's some cover, and it's not bad, but there's enough exposure that somebody's going to find an angle.
Yeah, it's through the trees. It was going to be very hard to land those shots, but these pros are just insane. They can make 405-meter connections with just few bullets.
Yeah, longest kill here so far in PCS3 Asia coming into today, 838 meters from Hikari. I looked that one up. I was actually genuinely curious. Pero, infantry, no.
What graphics card does he have?
I don't know. Can I have
3090?
it? I hope so. I want that one. This is infantry has taken the dips. This area looks pretty familiar. We saw this very much yesterday. Towards the end of the games, it looks like we might be heading that direction again, but this time it's going to be Entis who still controls the Sky Garden uncontested.
Very similar to the final circle that we had last time. Ling-Du's coming.
Are they going to get to this?
Genji is looking out towards the position, but does not really know 100% where Summer is.
Well, and it was Forever. Think about this. It was Forever who got the knock.
Uh-huh.
So Genji can't keep track of the kill feed for themselves to see, you know, if somebody gets the kill or not. They do get the Resin of Summer. Unreal. This is a big moment for Multi-Circle Gaming. If they can get back together, come from that northern side, there's
crazy.
a chance. They're crazy good.
They're crazy. And Griffin is rotating all the way up north as Summer still just getting into the vehicle now, making the rotation towards Tank. Genji making a big dive right into the dip where OGN was yesterday.
I was actually thinking that this is where Genji was going to go before they got in trouble up on the northern side, and then it took longer, but they do end up here anyway as they find a similar territory. A crate is coming down right on top of them as well. I just saw that appear on the mini-map. That's really nice.
Actually came all the way this far. After seeing that many kill feeds from GEX into infantry, he wanted to get some more. There's Summer. He doesn't want to really go without a kill. He wants to kill too hard. Cannot get into that compound early enough. Ling-Du also with the finish from the other side of the road.
Nobody's interested in trying to kind of mess with MCG. They're given a lot of free movement over on this eastern side. Griffin went way around them.
I know.
It's a little weird. I'm a little surprised, but it is what it is. MCG gifted a bit in these other teams' rotations. Now Afrika and Griffin, what in the world are we doing here? I guess you're going to come around the backside of Yaz if you're
They
Afrika?
want to get the dip on top of Yasnaya, as you can sort of hide against the police station.
Well, the problem is Griffin's already back behind you, so you want it, but it's not safe, as the blue shack up on the hill is Griffin's, and they have quite a bit of vantage point down there.
Yeah, Ghibli controlling every single exit out from Yasnaya. I think they should be getting the maximum amount of kill points, as they know that GX has moved into the apartments, also knowing that Afrika and also Griffin out in the field. That's going to put a lot of pressure towards all the other on those 3 teams.
It's a Mark 14 and level 3 gear for Anonix. Always like to keep my eyes on those situations, see what players are able to do with that. And goodness gracious, this looks pretty familiar. And Sky Garden's still in this for Entis, so they can wait a long time. The real question is, how many kill points are they going to be able to get? They really haven't. I don't think they've even gotten one, if I'm not mistaken.
OPGG New Happy, they have to come out from that jungle on top of Mansion. And Entis can be looking for those steal kills, but there are a lot of trees in the way, so that might not happen too easily, as they might actually go for a push when there's a big fight with that full squad. New Happy about to face Silky Dumbo as OPGG slowly pushing.
All right.
But of course our focus onto OG and Entis.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're really keeping our eyes on MCG and Entis. We would beat Tian, but they're already out of this round, so they were one of the first teams to go down.
I think MCG, it's time to push right next to Genji.
Yep.
There's some space where Tiamba was actually using yesterday, right next to Ojin and Genji.
All right, let's see if 4 AM or Detonation Gaming White can make them pay a bit for this. Right now, MCG is good pathing. Not many shots being taken. Yeah, just taunting a little bit here in their movement. Where are they heading? They're going, okay, this dip right here. The dip that's a little bit further in.
But from the Sky Garden, it's 100% seen. So this is not the favorable spot.
Yeah, you can see Under has pretty good view onto this. So smokes are going to be used early for MCG. Utility going to be not wasted, but be forced out. And OPGG swinging around the south, going to try to wrap around the back end here. Are they just going to fight through the Sky Garden? Are they going to push right into a Entis here?
I think they're going for that big spot, big play against Entis. As Under was somewhat split, I think he should join already. Because they heard OPGG. It's not a full force, but Sungjeong is up on top, looking at everything.
There's an AWM in the hands for Alphaka as well. The grenade's going to bounce a bit too far. Wasn't cooked well enough there for Sungjeong. Gets up on that roof. We saw him do well with it the other day. But right now, he's not able to make much happen just yet. That AWM also gets in your ears.
Oh, yes.
And you think, I don't know. I don't know if I want to mess with this.
And Entis, they have to come big right now against OPGG, or if they lose a single member in this fight, might not be able to get that chicken dinner by the end. As OPGG certainly put up a lot of fights against other teams. Alphaka trying to get that ready. Indigo can't really exactly see where the opponents are. And it seems like the fight's over from the jungle.
Yeah, he definitely hears them. You can see he's got a pretty good idea of the angle based on the sound cues.
As they have to come up towards this side of the hill. They can't really fully come up from that steep hill.
Yeah, and you can't really wrap around the other side just in case somebody's watching that, like a Pero or a GEX. But you might get away with it. Sometimes you get lucky. If the other teams are fighting, you find a good move.
So Entis, they have some time. They still have the top part of Sky Garden in that next circle. But they have to take care of OPGG. As now Under, after knowing, okay, we can have that next circle control.
Ooh. Well, OPGG, I'm not surprised by this. I was thinking OPGG might just wait, and then if they can't get a pick onto Entis, they might just leave, because they're going to get ahead of Entis in this rotation. They buy enough time to force Entis over to the back.
On top of Sky Garden, right into Indigo. Alphaka's getting a knock.
Oh no, they're setting it back. It's a bait. They faked it. Now they're doing the end around into Entis. Sungjeong knocked as well. Kale and Under, the only ones left here for Entis right now, as it was complete bamboozle here by OPGG.
Indigo's gone. Alphaka's got found the kill point. Dumbo, Silky, Ayo on top of Under right now. They can take some time. The fight is on for MCG, but they're keeping it alive with a lot of smokes. And you happy challenging him in Jiao's right in front of Lingdu, but can't really find him.
Yeah, danger close there for MCG.
Under goes down.
Oh my goodness, Kale's the only one alive.
Oh my
Half health here for Kale. He's trying to hold the stairs at the top, throwing everything he can down to try to buy as much time as possible. Placement points are available.
MCG's gone.
All right, MCG is gone, so you're at least ahead of them. Kale now needs to find a way to survive this. I don't know if he's going to be able to get to Under right now. It's more damage being done to Kale. He's doing everything he can to stay alive, but OPGG has complete control.
Complete control. You can stay here for some time as you're still in circle, but there are going to be a few more throwables. As KO is basically trying to buy time, wishing that other teams would go down. Oh, a little too close to the edge.
Oh no, he steps up, he gets on top, but AO's ready for it. Entis goes down in 7th, so MCG and Entis basically in the same spots. Top 3 teams going out early. Over to VLG, now trying to hold the line against Gen.G and 4AM, who have center circle position.
Yeah, while the other teams were fighting, 4AM actually crossed the road easily, going up against Challenge now onto Gen.G, taking care of New Happy at the same time? What? Xiaolu basically took that side step on his own and took New Happy down in half.
When 4AM fights together, they're scary. They have such good combined fire, such good teamwork, such good tactics available in their bags. They're veteran players across the board, experienced, fantastic fraggers, as Forever takes a little bit of damage, just a smidge from that grenade as he tries to watch VLG run up the hill, but there's too many smokes.
It's more for Gen.G because they have to look against VLG and also Pero. And they have some dip control, but they have to look 360 basically. 4AM can actually make a rotation towards that northern side, and they have the next circle. They don't even have to approach onto them. They can keep the line and force all the other teams to fight and then push when there's a knock.
It's deja vu to the last game of Erangel from yesterday. About the same circle, almost identically to what we had. Like literally almost the same, except it started a little more north. instead of south. Now it is going to be grenade cooking for Alu. Grenade throwing, double grenades. Timing is decent, damage is good, but not enough for a knock here from 4AM.
They have to clean up fast because OPGG will rotate towards the eastern side. They had some time where Tiamba was before, so 4AM pushing it a little bit tough, and their vehicle sounds, you can't really hear the footsteps.
Yeah, grenades are just exploding everywhere around Gen.G. The storm weathered for now, but can they last too much longer? How much utility here is available for 4AM?
Yeah, 4AM backing up, except for Xiao. Xiaolu's getting a little bit too aggressive on his own, but he should also back up with the teammates. Great decision after knowing that OPGG can also push onto them at the same time.
Yeah, so OPGG dismantles Entis, and they're taking favorable circle position because of it, lining up along the ridge to the southeast. 4AM, that's going to force them off to the north just a little bit. VLG still on the west with XDD from Pero still alive.
Exciting.
It's a really
right
good
in the middle.
Yeah, Gen.G, they're completely pinned down. There's nowhere to go. This mini crater around them is dangerous, but so far nobody's been able to get on top because they're all fighting each other, either outside of it or across of it.
Pero's XCD is alone, but he's a one-man army, and he's gonna bring down Deva. VLG's in trouble. Lambo, the final member, up against XCD, steps up, gets the shots, and wins the fight with barely some HP within on himself.
Lambu had him dialed in for exactly where he was. He was ready to fire. Good job by him. Now it's going to be 4AM stepping up, and Onyx tries to hold it down, but it is going to be a bunch of members dying here for Gen.G. Ghibli goes down as well to Pero and 4AM, and Onyx, the only one left. That level 3 gear for that Gen.G member is good enough for now.
And if he gets the reds, OPGG, look at this round that they have on everyone else. Gen.G right in the middle, but still 4AM, they're keeping it strong with 3 men right behind the tree. As the next phase, we will still have the next circle. As unless we get the northern circle, I think OPGG just basically have this, and it's right on top of OPGG again.
Yeah, OPGG looking to finish strong here, looking to cement that 4th place spot for now. Of course, there's more money to be had the higher you can climb up. And Onyx down, Gen.G out in 3rd, 3 versus 4.
It's up to Alpaca. If he goes down immediately against 4AM, there's always a chance for 4AM to actually win because they can also use the dip as he's the wing side, and Silky! Xiaolu, what an insane player.
Yeah, Xiaolu just up and over, bang, bang. Silky going to find the ground for now.
Crazy feels it. He knows something's up here.
He should. I mean, it's smart. You got to know a team's thinking about this flank. It's available. There's a hill there. And the Korean teams love to do this. You've seen it time and time again. So it's smart, good coaching, good playing here by 4AM, good awareness. As Forever is going to be that point man, that all-important front liner. Seen it time and time again. This guy's nuts.
Bait smoke. I think Forever spotted Dumbo just right there. As I think it's still up to Alpaca. There's that side angle. Dumbo has the pinpoint down.
The OPGG has complete control over this circle, completely surrounding 4AM right now. Yes, they know where Alpaca is, but it doesn't matter because the footsteps and the other throwables coming out from OPGG. You can see now shots ring out. Alpaca does go down. Now it's a 3v3 essentially. Alpaca's down and out. There's no getting to him at this point. Crazy doing a good job holding that back anchor point for 4AM.
Let's see if OPGG is going to pull that one pinpoint push. Going for that straight line push through the smoke. Crazy finding a kill onto Alpaca finally with that point. But Xiaolu goes down. AO
stepping up. Forever's trying to come over the hill, but he's taking some damage along the way. Force prone.
Silky
gets taken down as well. Silky takes some damage here. It's going to be OPGG that steps up and takes a 12-kill chicken dinner here at game number 3.
They came a little too close. I think Crazy, finding that kill point onto Alpaca, which I don't think he had to, but Alpaca was feeding them information. So that was something that 4AM had to be done. But OPGG pushing on to the right pinpoint. They basically had the chicken dinner, but amazing rotation came when they went up against Entis. They came up for a challenge from the south, and that mini rotation.
They beat him 4-0. It just completely bamboozled Entis. I mean, I thought OPGG was just going to leave and try to go maybe...
Yes, but I was also mentioning, where are they going to go?
Yeah,
there is no spot.
No, there's not a lot of good spots at that point. So they kind of had to fight Entis. I think Entis needs to be better in their grouping together for their defense. They maintain that 2-2 split too long, and then they're just picked apart by OPGG, who is... I've said it before, and that you saw it right there. They
Yes.
are some of the best in the business at attacking compounds.
Now Korea strikes back on match number 3 though. I think Entis got a little too greedy, looking for those kill points out in the open. From the Sky Garden, you're always looking for those knocks, kill points, steal, as they should have gathered up already against OPGG.
Yeah, it was hard for them, but they didn't do it. Like, we've seen a lot of teams be able to hold down that Sky Garden and pick up kills along the way. It just wasn't the round for Entis there. Not really. It didn't seem like they were comfortable up there, and it just seemed like they were, again, the play calling seems off today. It seems like something's just not right with Sungjong, and I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, Sungjong was on top. I think he felt confident that, okay, I have the angle down on them, so it should be okay. But Tank from all the way out actually got that knock, and also the kill point onto Entis, because no one else could finish that kill.
Yeah, it's a bit much here, and Entis has one more round to get it done. They don't gain any ground on MCG. In fact, I think they fall 1 point further behind MCG because of kill points that MCG picked up. And it's going to take a big round, potentially a win from Entis to get this done.
It's all about MCG and Entis right now. No one else can really step up, but one more match left. Match 24. Another Erangel should be popping off. I think Tiamba, it is going to be tough. Unless they win 4-0 against Genji.
Yeah, that could be. That could definitely be. Genji has one of their best rounds.
Tiamba 0 points though.
Yeah, Tiamba 0. There was just nothing they can do. Genji has their number right now. Genji's made fantastic adjustments in that battle for Georgia Pole. But, you know, at the end of the day, Tiamba just, this is kind of, you know, you reap what you sow. They started this fight with Genji in a way that, I don't mean that both teams want South Georgia. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about them messing with Genji on the northern side of the river, where Genji said, okay, we'll go north, you guys have south. Tiamba wasn't happy with that. They wanted Genji somewhere else.
They got greedy in week 1 and week 2. Now Genji's just striking back from what they have taken away.
Yeah, exactly correct. There you go. There is your separation. 14 points.
14.
From MCG to OG and Entis. 1 round left to see.
Yeah, that's just within striking distance of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, 14 and then 22 for Tiamba. So Tiamba's still very much in this. They still have a shot. It'll take a 12-kill win and a 0-point multi-circle gaming round. It's going to take more than that. It's going to take a 13-point kill because of kills. But so it's going to take 13 kills and a win for Tiamba and a 0-point for MCG to do this. Entis a win or just a pretty good round and a bad MCG round. MCG had a good opportunity in that game, in my opinion. The circle was fairly favorable to them.
Oh yes, MCG certainly had a chance, but of course, right in the middle, even against New Happy from the jungle, it was going to be tough. 4AM did have a massive favor with the circle position. They had the best compound in that circle. And surprisingly, by the third match, we have a lot more Korean teams, OPGG, Barely, even Genji, up in 6th place now. So puts them not into the contest of the championship point, but still a little higher compared to where we finished yesterday.
Genji wants one of those top 5 spots. I mean, they're within 7 points. There's a chance, no doubt about it. Ghibli trying to hold on for dear life to that 5th place spot. And again, every one of those spots is a little more money, so you're looking to gun for them. OPGG, I think, sets themselves up pretty well for 4th. There's even a chance they can overtop Tiamba for 3rd.
Maybe if they get a pretty big wipe and a chicken right at the end, but MCG, will they go passive for once? It's the stress, the pressure is on. It is the final match coming up very soon.
Yeah, I saw some faults in MCG there, but we'll find out if they can hold it together. We have to take our last break. Stick around, guys. The last game and a special announcement coming up here at PCS3 Asia. We'll be back soon.
그 위치 방해해 주려고 왔습니다.
일단 탱크만 넣었어. 탱크만 조금만 더 오른쪽으로 갔으면 큰일 날 뻔했습니다. 한 번에.
지금 소수 교전으로 지금 엔투스 아프리카 플렉스 요리하고 있어요.
이거 케일이 혼자는 거예요? 케일이. 케일.
진짜 오제네투스가 인원
더
배분하는 게
해결사 케일.
엄청난데요?
더 간다고요?
넣어주면서 오히려 여러 가지 수를 다 차단하고 있습니다.
한 번 더 해볼 수 있는 공간 자체가 있었는데 초합집에서 계속해서 저격해주면서 4위를 만들어내가요.
케일이 혼자 하고 있어. 케일이 혼자.
아니 와 진짜 쓰러지나요? 와!
에? 你那个是有枪吗？
大家都在车上，什么意思？飙车？
哦，林叔是有枪的，你那个是没枪的，只能跑。
帅气这一枪。刚刚旁边好像有辆。
他就先去把那个摩托跑。哎，靠得尾。
เราสกอร์ทิ้งตัวปิวๆแล้วตอนมาว้าวเราสกอร์ส่งไปเม็ดเดียวเฮดช็อตแล้วไปสาดขึ้น
あ、これマルチサークルゲーミング来るか。2人見せた3人抜き。これそして場所バレてるんじゃないかな。中国代表マルチサークルゲーミングはこれグレ入る。これジグレでジグレですか。いや今持ってたんでこれでなるほどこれ活気まで入りますね。ティアンブからの車線もさらに通っていました。耐えてくれ。うわさあこれはタンクがサマーをぶっ飛ばした。これは今のよど絶対何もしてないけど何もしていません。
Oh my god, Orange, you lucky boy. Keep your head down, boy. Oh, dearie me. Did they see him? I don't know, but James is yeah, it looks like James is going to see. There is not much playable area here. Oh my god, it's a mid-air.
Very confidently from here now. As you can see, the circle is not doing anybody any favors.
Solid nade onto Alia, but the vehicle is burning. Out of it we go, and it's time to run. Please don't crush him! No!
가다 지금 간다?
아
우측으로 가마. 이거 파카 쳐줘.
우측으로 가는데
정말 우측.
아 우측 확인했다 갈게
해야 되겠다.
이러면
그냥 해 그냥 해.
덤블 살짝 느리고 오토바이라 바로 갈게
알짱아 받고 들어가자 또.
없어도
천천히
해야겠다
해야겠다.
천천히 해.
천천히.
2층, 3층, 옥상,
있다. 옥상이야? 2층까지 먹어볼게
끝났어. 사방 살리고 연막이랑 탈려.
나 VLG도 좀 죽었거든 하나 둘
나 이거 폭 가볼게. 앞에 보인다.
4번에도 하나 있다 잠깐 생각해 이쪽으로 되면 연막 왼쪽 사운드 난다 연막 왼쪽만 쬐게 나 삥 맞았어 왼쪽 봐줄래? 얘네 내 쪽을 밀고 온다 이거
나 여기 핑에 둘. 아이고 일로 왔다. 핑에 셋. 여기
나핑
1명 더
맞았어.
있다. 이번에.
왼쪽 해줄게
천천히.
나무 쪽으로 튄다 왼쪽 하나 기자
앞에 해볼래 와보.
하나 더 왼쪽 앞필 나이스
It all comes down to this. The final game of PUBG Continental Series 3 Asia is upon us. Multi-Circle Gaming, after winning the first 2 games of the day, looks to seal the deal and take their first championship of the year and complete the clean sweep for China, who looks really good right now. Now, we did have a Korea team step up here and take the win, but the damage is almost all China for this one.
Oh, yes. 4AM certainly was able to shoot onto all the target they wanted to do because the circle was on top. and got easy shots and somewhat of kills, but mostly on the knocks. So not leading into those kill points as much as you think with the damage, but certainly New Happy always there. Ming Ming.
Ming Ming's just always there.
He's just always
He's
there.
so
That jungle
good.
fight we did not get to see too much, but that had to be done between OPGG actually pulled out towards Enters because that was going to be a heck of a fight against Sun Sisters too, right on top of jungle, and New Happy came on top.
Yeah, we haven't got to see a lot of New Happy in these last couple days. They just haven't been in the conversation for one of these top spots, and our observers are focusing very much on the top teams, the top players, because that's where we need to be focusing. We need to see what is going on with these teams, with MCG and OG Entus particularly. Tianba has a chance as well, so they're not out of it. There are 3 teams, I'd say, that have a shot. If OPGG wins another game, they have a chance to take third, so there's a lot on the line still here, of course, at PCS3 Asia, and as it feels like it usually does, it's coming down to the last game.
Yeah, this is where we feel all the pressure. The players are going to be feeling the most amount of pressure. The air is going to feel different. It's going to be crazy.
All right, we have something for you guys. Check this video out. Let's check it out.
안녕하세요. 크래프톤 펍지 대표 김창환입니다.
안녕하세요. 펍지 e스포츠 정현석 PD입니다.
저희는 3년 동안 배틀그라운드 글로벌 e스포츠 대회가 선수와 팬, 그리고 저에게 얼마나 큰 의미를 갖는지 알고 있었기 때문에 글로벌 규모의 e스포츠 대회 개최를 통해서 최상의 재미를 선사하고자 수많은 노력을 기울여 왔습니다. 어려운 상황 속에서 2020년 3번의 펍지 컨티넨탈 시리즈 PCS를 진행하면서 2018 PGI, 2019 PGS 이상의 경험을 제공할 수 있도록 새로운 글로벌 e스포츠 축제를 준비했습니다. 드디어 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 사랑해주시는 팬, 그리고 항상 승리에 목마른 선수를 위해 한 가지 가슴 벅찰 소식을 전달드릴 수 있게 됐습니다. 2021년 2월 펍지 글로벌 인비테이셔널 S, PGIS가 대한민국에서 개최됩니다. 무려 8주 연속 진행되는 최초의 글로벌 e스포츠 축제로 350만 달러가 넘는 상금을 쟁취하기 위한 치열한 배틀이 시작되는 것이죠. 그 중심에는 유럽과 미주, 그리고 아시아 지역의 총 32개 프로팀이 함께하게 될 것입니다.
이번 PGIS는 2018년 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 전 세계 팬들에게 처음 선보였던 PGI를 계승하고 이를 더 발전시켜 배틀로얄의 핵심인 서바이벌과 최대의 상금, 최장 기간을 뜻하는 시리즈의 S를 담았습니다. 거대한 상금을 쟁취하기 위한 프로 선수들의 치열한 쇼다운, 화려한 쇼, 그리고 최고의 슈프림 팀은 누가 될 것인지 배틀로얄의 진정한 의미를 PGIS를 통해 전달드리겠습니다. 팬과 선수에게 최고의 e스포츠 축제가 되기를 희망하는 만큼 안전한 대회 환경을 만드는 것이 가장 중요하다고 생각합니다. 최고 수준의 방역 기준을 충족하여 선수와 스태프, 개개인의 안전과 건강을 최우선으로 생각하는 대회가 될 것을 약속드립니다. 글로벌 최고의 쇼, PGIS가 다가오고 있습니다. 선수들에겐 명예와 영광을, 글로벌 e스포츠 팬들에겐 최상의 재미와 새로운 경험을 선사할 PGIS.
전 세계 최정상급 프로 선수들의 실력과 더 나아가 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 무한한 가능성을 확인하시길 바랍니다.
The bit will finally be dropped. The PUBG Global Invitational 2018 Grand Champions. He'll look now, Manuel knock him down. Your 2019 DAY6 champions.
Well, guys, there you have it. Coming up next year, the big PUBG Global Invitational S coming at you. $3.5 million plus in-game sales are going to be the prize pool. One of the biggest we've ever seen in esports history. Cannot wait for this. We are so excited to bring this to you guys. We're so happy to be able to do this event now, as finally we have a method, we have a way that we can do this. We can bring the teams together here to South Korea and provide another LAN experience, which everybody has been dying for.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Was no global this year, but at the beginning of next year, not too far away, from September to March, 8 weeks of competition. It's going to be insane, nuts, as all the players, I think most of the players should be coming to Korea and then to fight LAN. If you have some spare time next year, you might as well just come down to Korea and enjoy the show along with everyone. As I think the seat might be limited depending on the situation at that time, but I'm pretty sure with 8 weeks, you might get to enjoy a lot of Korean barbecue at the same time.
And I think for it's just getting, yeah, for sure we'll have plenty of that available, no doubt about it. But I think for these players, it's going to be comfortable to get back on the LANs, get with your teams, get with everybody else. We'll make sure everything's safe, and of course, that's our #1 priority. But it's going to be, so I can give you guys some details here. So buckle up, because here we go. All right, so it's 32 teams, 7 from Europe, 6 from China, 5 from Southeast Asia, 4 from North America, 4 from South Korea, 2 LATAM, 2 Japan, 2 Chinese Taipei teams. So we're representing the whole world as best we can. It's going to be an 8-week-long event. It's crazy long. It's insane. One of the most insane events in esports history.
The longest event for PUBG for sure. I think we will go through all the group stages and into the finals. I think that's what's happening. That's the reason why
it's actually
long.
It's actually kind of interesting. So what they're doing is they're doing like weekly events, battles where they're doing 16 games in the weekdays. The 16 winners get to go into the week. I don't know, the top 16 teams or whatever you want to call it. Every time you win, you get a place in the finals, which are on the weekend, and that's where you make the money. And then the team that makes the most money total throughout those 8 weeks is your overall winner. So it's kind of a neat little format. It's like you got to win a game during the weekdays to get to those finals, or maybe you got to get second if somebody wins like 2 games or something like that. We're not exactly sure, but you go to the weekend, and that's where you make the big bucks. So it's pretty exciting event, guys. I can't wait for it.
It's extremely exciting. Beginning of next year, not too long from now, only about 3 months away actually. We're going into the end part of November already. So that's going to be exciting. $3.5 million. That's a money that I will never make in my lifetime.
No.
So that's a lot of money
We'll never
sure.
see that in our lives, G-Clef. You're absolutely right about that. That's exciting. So exciting for these teams and these players. All right, we're back here to these last games. Multi-Circle Gaming is on top. It's not too far ahead. It's not undoable. It's not unthinkable for OG and Entis, but it's going to take probably a win, not necessarily depending on what MCG does, but maybe.
If not a win, at least like a 3rd place finish with over 10 kill win
need at least 10 kills. Yeah.
And MCG going down with not much of a kill, very early game. So I think OG and Entis is even more bigger pressure compared to the other games that we had today. Certainly not in the right shape. Nothing is working out for OG and Entis. One of the best teams at securing compounds. They have lost that in the previous match. At least the atmosphere looks okay for Under and Indigo. Not much for Kale.
Yeah, Kale's pretty dialed in. Kale's ready to go. Kale looks like he's ready to fight someone. I don't blame him. I'd be ready to go too. You gotta get focused. You gotta get into this.
Yes.
Because Entis came into today and had their worst day of the tournament. You cannot do that when you're ahead. And unlike MCG, who came in today 3rd, had their best day of the tournament so far.
No, the most consistent team out of all 16 on the last day, having the worst nightmares happening for OG and Entis. Of course, Tiamba. It is the final game.
Not over.
I don't know what you should do to get out of that Jorgo pole. You already lost duel. And not just today, again yesterday. Do you actually go challenge Gen G? Forced to lose a member early on?
Well, for Tianba, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to just try to fight Gen G out the gate and see if you can just 4-0 them. Because if you do that, you give yourself a much better chance to win. And you have to get a huge kill win for Tianba to have a shot at 1st place.
You have to get at least 10 kills. At least a 2nd place finish, I think.
At least 13 kills.
It's what you're looking for. And maybe even a big challenge up to MCG, but MCG is very far away in the landmarks. But you should focus on your landmarks, not go anywhere else.
All right, here we go. The last game for 2020 here at PCS3 Asia. Let's go. There you go. The trophies from the previous global championships. Which some of those, a lot of those belong to Gen G. Will they be back at the Invitational? We have yet to find out which teams will be there. But regardless, we're on a jet plane. We're leaving for the last game of 2020.
Gen G dropped already.
Where are they going?
Nova?
They could go Nova. Where, are we seeing the old Gen G gold?
Expecting the island finish. There was no one at Nova. Pero goes to the main island towards the base.
It could be. Wow. This is shades of previous Gen G, the olden days.
Olden days of going back to 2018.
Now I'm all nostalgic. So now the question for Tianba is, well, you don't have any questions. It's like, oh, we get.
Yes, because they were basically the last
ones
ones
look
out.
around. They're like,
They're like, what? What?
Is that
There's
is
no
Jack?
one else.
Is DEX? Is that Gen G? They have it all to themselves. You're right. Everything's okay for them. VLG and 4AM might be squaring off. Are they going to go for this at the apartments, or is VLG going to long drop?
Really?
Are they going to go for it right now? Are they angry? Are they angry at the angry men?
Are they angry enough? I think so, Paper. Then I think they're landing right on top of apartments.
I see Deva down. The circle's about the same.
Oh no.
Deva is out. He's spraying. He gets a shot to land. Gonna have to reload, and he doesn't want any more of it. He's gonna start looting now.
This ain't PCS2 anymore. And actually, for a lot of the members from 4AM realizing that VLG had the parachute down first near the school, they actually spread out crazy all the way far out, 2-2 split. Right in the middle, there's VLG near the apartments.
Yeah, this is more because of the bad plane path than anything. I don't really expect that it was 100% VLG's idea coming into this game to fight 4AM again for the apartments in this last game. I think it was more just, well, the plane path just kind of dictated it, and why not? You know, you might as well go for it.
And for Tianba, all those strategy tactics that they thought coming into the final game against Gen G, okay, let's try to work this out. Okay, let's do this, plan A, plan B, plan C. Just throw them out the window, burn them to shreds because Gen G is not here.
So this circle is a little more south starting than our last one did. There's a little bit less, not much. So what kind of finish are we going to have? Is it going to be in a similar kind of area? MCG has a lot of options available again. The circles have been very favorable to them to start today.
Yes.
They made use of it on Miramar the first game. Erangel, not so much. And this has a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, coming up from Pachinki, especially because this VLG forced a split onto 4AM, makes it a harder rotation towards that potato mountain. So I think Entis will be waiting for that rotation. Here's the vehicle first, and then move out unless they suddenly change their rotation, because this is the final game, as they do need a big point if they want to finish in the championship and get that trophy.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eyes on the map as I want to see exactly what MCG is up to. They're heading
moving
right to the mansion area. Detonation Gaming White already has somebody up on the Sky Garden.
Yes, SS is all the way up there.
So there's nowhere over there. K7 has moved up to the Lipovka Hills and Lipovka area. So they're going to block that particular rotation off. They're heading a little more north as well. It looks like the mansion might be the home for now for MCG. I saw him take a few shots over towards K7 as well, but you can see OPGG rotating around the southern side as they are the winners from the last game. See if they could go back-to-back. They could.
Yeah, evenly covering the top house right next to mansion. And to get some fires, to shoot out onto K7. Just warning them that we're already here. Don't come at mansion at all, because they know that K7 is the closest enemy. But a lot of these rotations are looking for that mansion. OPGG, we have rest of the MCG. Also, free
Tires out. Tires out. AO spins. He's going to get out. Is he going to take any shots at Lingdu? He's not really able to. He took some damage from New Happy as well. So AO's going to need a pick up some assistance from his teammates. Early rotation here across Potato Mountain for Entis right into VLG territory. Deva's going to take some shots. Doesn't get the knock, though. That was close.
Yeah, that was the timing where 4AM should have already rotated out, as to still to split, and VLG, they want to surround on the other two members of 4 AM. They're not done. They want to continue. Forever is down. Xiaolu in the compound, but for how long? Against 4 men. The real 4 angry men looks like VLG right now.
VLG is just so bitter.
Yes.
This is like, they are a bitter ex-girlfriend that's coming out and keying your car, doing this to 4 AM. They are so mad that 4 AM took this spot. I don't blame them. I would be too. That is a great spot to have. They love it. They know it so well. They know how to utilize it. And they're going to get Lu as well.
Xiaolu's gone. Just got the end crazy left for 4 AM.
Good start here for VLG. And that pretty much puts 4 AM kind of well behind them. It looking good for VLG to have a potential top 5 finish depending on what Gen G does.
As we have somewhat not exactly the same as you mentioned it already, Paper Thin, but still Entus looking for that this small hill. Exactly where they had the 2-2 split before with the Sky Garden and the compound that you just saw on screen.
Yeah, you can see Kale is reaching out a bit towards the Sky Garden, but this time it's going to be Detonation Gaming White making an early rotation over there. So that's going to force Kale over to the blues, what people call the yellows. I got yelled at for calling them the blues. I'm like, well, guys, that's the color they changed to. Now they're blue. They're not yellow anymore. Deal with it. Deal with reality, people.
Yes, the dark blue. But Tiemba making, of course, with easier loot, certainly, from Churgo. Making a big rotation. I think they want to come down from the starboard side. After checking from the storage or the storage area, you should get a pretty good idea, as they have a lot of time.
Yeah, this is actually really nice for Tianba. This could not have gone better with this plane path, with how everything shook out, with Gen G going to Novo. This opens up a little bit of easier movement for them. It's not easy coming from the north side down into the south, past the Yasnaya fields and stuff, but you can move over to the coast. That's still available if you want to try to come in from that direction. That's a little more doable. We just saw that's what OPGG basically did in the last one. They came through the forest, over by the mansion, and then came in from the east.
As OPGG got a pretty good control over those Erangel houses towards the east of Yasnaya. Looking to maybe get back-to-back chicken dinner. And just going across the road, Indigo trying to get a feeling is if anyone's actually in that Sky Garden. Trying to cut across the road and then look for a few more compounds. I think he has spotted both.
Yeah, they're going to see GEX trying to get... GX is trying to go for the same compounds they had last time after Entus moved out of this area. And they're going to be held up short by Sungjong. And the others, the roof from the flat top. This is sushi without the fish on top, is this particular house. There's no salmon on top of this, just rice. So I guess it's not really sushi, it's just a rice ball.
This is actually a pretty good compound because to the north you have that small hill, so you don't take any damage from the field. You only have to reach out to all the way the west houses that has a lot of windows. And this house is actually pretty good loot at the same time.
Yeah.
So Entus is going to keep that marked up with Indigo on the other side, Kale all the way on top, just in case it bounces back up to Yasnaya.
Yeah, for Entus and MCG, they're both pretty well centrally located. So there's still a shot. And Tianba has to get into the northern apartments of Yasnaya. That's where they're going to set up shop with M200 going up the hill to provide, recon and overlook for them. And really the important story for this is going to be the next couple circles. Really, which direction are we going to start shifting? If it just keeps centering up, then we're not going to know for a while what the story is going to be, because Entus and MCG will just kind of be in it.
Yeah, I think MCG, after going towards the cliff last time, learned their lesson, saying, okay, we have to go for the early rotation near the mansion, and they got the early control. Yeah, with no losses this time. As long as they keep their placement points, they are going to win the entire tournament.
Are they just going to mirror what OPGG did last round? Because right now they're doing the same start, and OPGG goes a little bit more north this go around, but nobody's as north except for oh my goodness.
Towards the water.
What in the heck is that? I mean, I love it from a circle, from a viewer perspective, from a player perspective. This is a potential wild one to finish.
All the teams out of the circle right now saying, well, how do we actually rotate into this? Now, a lot of the teams are going to come from that prison shelter side. Enough for 100%. Entus immediately goes onto the vehicle, rotating towards the Lipovka side and maybe towards the cliff, but there are a lot of teams in the way.
Yeah, they're going to cut through MCG territory a bit, but there's a lot of trees,
Yes.
like Jinklef has been mentioning on this side. So they could pretty well be covered up. You could fit in between the mansion and those Lipovka houses.
Certainly so much better in terms of their pathing on Erangel compared to Miramar. Of course, had a lot more chances coming out from Pachiki. Easier said than done. Might actually run into K7 though. K7 split apart. And Entus, do they go for a challenge? I don't think they should.
No, I think they're going to back off a bit. They're taking some damage along the way. Nothing critical just yet. The vehicles hold together for now as well. So Entus, there is some stuff back here that they can work with. There's no one over here. So in that sense, it's safe. But those Murados, that's the wrong map. Those Dacias took a whole bunch of damage.
Yes. Those old cars, man. As their engine's running dry all the time, eating a lot of gas.
Those old Eastern European cars. They're nice, they're fast, they're quick, but they're not the strongest. They're not built for that.
Certainly not, as we'll have the circle bouncing off the water soon enough with the next phase. But Entus, I think they got a pretty nice split around the cliff, and with that control, and Genji actually not bumping all the way on top into Entus. Entus should be okay. I think this is certainly the best start for Entus in the final day.
I think it's the best option they had available. They make a decent run for it. I think MCG continues to hold down that mansion very nicely. Nobody's been able to get in there to try to share it with them, and that's important. Because you can't have anybody else getting into this compound if you're MCG. It's going to make things way worse for you in multiple aspects, in that you could lose members in the fight. It's going to make your rotation slower. There's a whole bunch of problems that it creates.
Oh yes, and Yappy all again in that jungle right on top of mansion. As K7, Yappy would actually be looking into somewhat of a push if they get a chance. So Inonix actually made the push on 2 under after hearing the vehicle sound from under, pushing out all the way to the cliff so that he could get the information into Lipovka. Immediately pushed back to his squad. So great choice by Inonix by Genji there.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. If you can get information for free, you should do it. It makes a lot of sense to make sure you know what's going on with your opponents. Phase 2 winding down. Sun Sister has made their way into the south of Yasnaya, just in case you're keeping track. VLG up on the north by Mini Stalber. I don't know. People have different names for different stuff, but that one I like to call Mini Stalber with the warehouses. Under, he is, like you mentioned earlier, G-Clef out on the coast and just making sure nobody's coming out from the Lipovka area. You could keep pretty good overwatch from there.
And circle's closing. This is where it gets pretty nutty. As MCG right into that mansion side goes all the way on top towards Kameshki's side.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Advantage Entus in terms of the teams that are still in it to win it. And Entus is already on the move, already in their vehicles, ready for these hard shifts. This is typical Entus style. MCG is going to be late on their rotation. I only see Evil Lee in his vehicle, and everybody else is already making their move. So this one's going to have to be an edge game from MCG, but we've seen them make it work. They're very, very good at it.
It's Thanksgiving time. We got to move out and go back to the houses, your homes, as if you can find the home, then Genji, they are running into a lot of other fights. K7 bringing PO down. That's a big loss.
Yeah, big loss in transition for Genji. Now they're running across Entus sight lines as well, and it's pretty flat, pretty open. Let's see if anybody from Entus can connect the shot. The shots have not been ringing true for Entus here today. They've been a little off. They need to get it fired up. They need to get it going right now. In the meantime, Pero and Genji just run right into each other. What in the world happened here? Nonix and Aqua 5 get 2. XDD
Genji's gone!
Finishes the job. Sungjong does get a point here on the Mamu, at least, for Entus. Under gets long DD as well, so 2 points fall into the hands of Entus.
Oh, great steal there, as they were looking to stretch that out, and they got some line sight, and also there was a big fight from Yasnaya. I think 2v4, 4AM versus Sun Sisters. Guppy is down, but Crazy actually got a lot of points on it by himself.
Well, now Entus, as long as nobody attacks this compound, it's pretty good angles down into Pero, who are stuck in the horseshoe dip. That's a tricky position to work with. If there's a lot of territory to the east open, that horseshoe is hard to hold.
As Roa just says, okay, get out of my way. We're taking over the space where Under was just a couple of minutes ago. infantry right on top, but you can actually push from the bottom here.
Infantry's in full retreat. They lose that member on the bottom, and they're not in a good position to fight. And they also want to rotate further into the circle, and then maybe fight from there. Tianba is now in trouble. They lose lose Mings. That's GEX and Lycanon. CC gets the knock here. Mings is down, and Tianba goes further and further from being able to compete for that top spot.
And now, since they're in there with not too many vehicles, I believe, by coming in deep, they have to really rely on the next circle to shift hard shift towards the south. Unless that happens, I don't think Tianba is going to bring a chicken dinner. And they're certainly holding a pretty nice position. MCG, this is a wild tactic. So they're staying out in the edge, knowing that a lot of the compounds are already taken. And this is a strategy where they love to push with the maximum amount of kill points swept from the edge.
Yeah, they're really good at it. We've seen them fight teams and just dismantle them. They're some of the best in the business at doing that, and it does hard shift up to the north. So they're really going to have to make it work. Now, there is a knock on the Summer from Buyahu from quite far away.
Can they find the kill?
That's like 400 meters almost 400 meters. That's crazy good knock. And that's,
again.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's almost all over for Tianba. This is disaster. That vehicle's going to roll. Lonely.
Yeah, Linshu, Luren, they can make some magic work, at least. They're the two-man army from Tianba, but losing 2 men already. It seems like they are going to stay third.
Now, if you're Entus, do you try to block other teams from coming in, or do you prioritize entrance? It looks like now they're taking shots at K7, so that made the decision for them. Tianba, in the meantime, is just trying to find something to work with. And MCG, they're already coming in way late. There's another point for Entus.
Yep, there are lots of rotation happening at the same time, so they can't pick up every single kill point. Oh, but I think they okay, this is a good spot. I don't think they should have rotated too early on, but I think they wanted to grab more points within the rotation of the other teams.
Yeah, I think the idea is that you're going to get more points from the edge. MCG might just bop right into infantry or somebody here. They're cutting through the middle. Afrika's in the way, though. MCG, this could be trouble. It depends on how far Summer can get in here. Summer does get ahead on that motorcycle. EJ's going to try to light somebody up. The vehicles are going around for MCG. Nobody's taken out yet. A bunch of damage here, but no knocks just yet.
Yeah, only onto infantry actually running into them, and MCG just goes straight past, but one down. Evilly does go down, so better news for Entus. I think they went to third-party infantry right now, or even into Afrika.
Takey did get knocked as well. Oh,
person.
Almost. Oh, I thought that grenade was good.
I thought that was good too, but regardless, Dumba's going to take Tianba down. Tianba's gone, and just MCG and Entus right on top.
Third place for now for Tianba. If OPGG has a big round, that could change. We'll see. We got to keep our eyes on Entus. Starting to make their way forward. Infantry is gone. Afrika Freaks handle them, put them in the bag, and say thank you very much, 2020. Good games, Infantry, this year. They've been fantastic, but this event was not theirs.
Yeah, and this is going to be the push. The deciding push for Entus. Can they actually keep the entire squad up against the Afrika Freaks?
They've done it before. We've seen them dismantle Afrika in dips, but this one's a little different. It's a little wider. It's a little more spread out than the last time we saw that. Is that Molly on top of Dengche? I think it's just short. MCG in the meantime is hurt. VLG's trying to get it done. Lambo comes around the side, trades. It's going to be a 1-for-1 here. Lingdu taking a bunch of damage. He is down. Summer, the only one left here for MCG.
Only one kill for MCG. Still 11 teams left alive. And Entus, they know Tianba's out. MCG is only left with 1 member. Do they actually make the push?
Entus has to be careful. K7 has an angle into this fight, although they are busy fighting Detonation Gaming White. So the faster this fight happens, the better. Afrika might just opt to bop on out of here, and Dengche maybe a sacrificial lamb as he's taking a bunch of damage from throwables. EJ backs up, tries to set up to provide an anchor position. Now it's up to Hansi and Roa to hold the line.
Yeah, as long as Entus keep this under control. Wait, Songjiang just went down against EJ.
Yeah, this is not looking good right now.
He's not in circle.
This is bad. They keep taking damage. They're not connecting their shots. Entus is just not quite the same. Now, Under does get the knock onto Hansia. Under's going to get 2 onto Roa, but it's going to be a turn. EJ steps up. Kale trying to hold the line. Under's knocked. It's just Kale. Kale is so hurt. Kale is done.
What?
That is it.
Entus is gone.
That is it. That's going to seal the deal. I think we could count this one for MCG at this point. I don't think there's any hope for OPGG.
Entus thought they had a lot of chance because Africa Freaks, they were stuck behind the vehicles, but EJ striking from the side, got all the shots in under. And Entus, I think they were just fully under pressure. They had the right wing, they had the right angle, not too far away from each other, but they just could not collapse onto Africa Freaks at the right moment.
Their shots just weren't great. They weren't landing a lot. They were throwables weren't as good as we've seen. Just it wasn't a bad fight, but they did have pressure from K7 on the side. K7 does end up handling Detonation Gaming White. Spear is going to get to our nice little 3x spray up and over there. But at the end of the day, Africa was just too much this time around for Entus.
And Entus, just not enough. Was close, but EJ, always a player that can strike onto any other squad and win a 1v3, 1v4. And Summer's going to stay alive on his own. So let's see if BLG actually pushes on after taking care of Griffin, as the blue is actually closing on top of him.
Yeah, Juanida's reaching out for something over on the side. But let's go over to this fight between OPGG and Pero. Pero still survived because everybody else decided to fight each other. So this horseshoe, which is normally dangerous, became okay because there were so many teams trying to rotate on the east that nobody was even looking at Pero very much.
Pero's still alive with just 2, but that's a pretty good spot. As long as you have the vehicle set up, you can actually stay there for quite a lot of time, unless there are some nades coming down from the hillside. And in this case, GEX, they're not even close to it.
Summer just got another kill. Why not add some insult to injury here, as Summer is doing a victory lap right now?
Yes, I think he knows it already.
He has to, but he still wants to get as many points as possible. He might as well finish this out in the best form you possibly can. And there is GEX up here. CC hears this, but CC still pretty far away. That's a good 200 meters away from Summer.
I think he wants to pick up some more. As K7 right in the dead center, right below where Summer is. Oh, OPGG.
Just back to back, the timing. Good timing there from Barrow. Now AO gonna have to try to get this done. A 1v2, some quick peeks, some quick leans, maybe?
They have to be quick. Africa Freaks, they're closing in, and once they stop, they're actually going to get pretty nice cover. And even against K7, that's a great spot to be in. You can actually stay there for a very long time.
I was going to say, I don't think AO can really think about that res. I don't see that happening in a million years. And indeed, Pero just gets up high enough to take him down. More grenades, but AO is sufficiently far away from all of this. He is behind the tree. He is hanging out. And for now, oh no. Okay, just finish it, Hansia. Just put him out of his misery.
Headshot first.
Yep.
And into body. One more.
Whoa. Wow. Just whiffed. Just whiffed. Just whiffed on those. He had the headshot lined up, but after that, wasn't able to get a handle on that. The SLR is tricky. It does kick a bit.
Yes. Again, EJ striking into GEX all the way. They're coming from the top. As in the compound, you can't really get a good angle. Yes, K7. Summer. Oh, just please. One more point for MCG.
Yeah, this is, again, the victory lap continues here for Summer. I think he still has that motorcycle available to leave when he so chooses. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he has to go in with the
He can actually run down because of a lot of trees. And from the compound, you can't actually get this far. And there's a lot of heals that you can use right on the right side.
True.
And he's not going to be spotted for a long time.
But motorcycle, it's fun.
You want him to go out with
I just want him to go out with style. I'm serious. I want to like run somebody over.
What if he wins?
That would be impressive. I mean, if he wins, that is one of the coolest things.
Unless K7 comes out, or unless GX rotates all the way north, Summer can actually stay alive for a very long time from that top.
Yeah. Nobody's here. Nobody's looking. Nobody cares. Everybody else is busy. Now, if one thing I wanted to say is, I was thinking with that earlier moment with OG and Entus, they should have taken the position that K7 had. They should have been. They had priority on this compound.
Yeah, that's sure. But once you're in the compound and once you also control the Wizard Tower, all you're looking for is against the Freaker Freaks, where you have some angle, but not entirely. It's really hard to get that unless you get a massive headshot and a knock. Yeah, you can't really even pull all the way to the side because you know that there's GX on top of you. Also, Pero from the southern side. So K7 just looking for some better circle finish.
It's a hard position in some ways. Africa can stay behind those entrenchments. There's a thaw shelter. You can't go inside of it. It's just a door. But there are those embankments there. You can stay behind those safely 100%.
Yeah, Summer, I think he looking to third party against GEX versus K7. That's the best he can do. Or he can just stay put. Afrika can get an angle on him, but I think they're focused on Pero right now in K7. As Afrika should be pushing towards Pero if they get a chance.
There's a placement spot to be played for here between Afrika and Pero, so we should really keep our eyes on that. Some money on the line a bit there. Not much, but you know, it makes a difference. And Afrika had some good moments in this tournament and looking to see if they could finish on a high note. Qualifying for back-to-back PCSs is no small feat in and of itself, and they did a good job to be here again.
Certainly the best spot where you can be as Summer. You hit an angle from Afrika Fix, and Afrika Fix can get that kill if he's open. I don't think they even spotted him. At GEX, there's no way they rotate north to be the easy target against Afrika Fix. So it's up to Pero. Where do they actually rotate? They can only go sort of straight up on top.
If you can knock Savior inside of the Wizard, you have a chance. You can push that then. It just depends on if you can get that. Otherwise, you got to try to wrap around the backside and try to get underneath Afrika, which is probably not going to be easy.
And as soon as Afrika starts shooting on Pero,
you're late, Crate.
That's still out of the circle.
We're leaving.
Next circle.
We're leaving without you. This is the Home Alone movie. Now you're stuck at home, alone, in the blue.
I wasn't really focusing. I was focusing on the minimap for a second. As K7, I don't think they're coming out at all, forcing everyone else to fight first. It's GX. They can come down.
Yeah, it's not easy,
but they don't have to. As
you can see, Loxlock pretty well aware of the angles that GEX is likely to take, but there's enough of the circle up here that GX can wait. And the problem for GX is going to be the space they have to work with on top. What throwables does K7 have? Because you can kind of guess where players are up on plateaus like this and land a couple grenades or mollies and just, you know, knock them out.
Yeah, but if GX comes from the south side, with the trees, you can get 100% vision block. And I think they realized that the problem is Savior from the Wizard Tower. He's going to have open fire. So you can't really come down, just waiting for the next circle as Pero still barely at the edge and finds a knock onto Dengche.
Oh no,
that's
Afrika.
big. But you can't really go. You can't really dive in right now.
No, that wasn't really the best idea. Afrika needed to be aware of this. This was one of the two likely rotations that Pero had to try to make. Oh, good headshot from Savior. Nice. Doming. XDD is knocked, and Itancia finds the target, finishes the job. And there you go. A good series here for Pero, but it looks like Afrika's gonna overtake them.
And Summer is still there, right in that next circle. And that's a spot where it's supposed to be after everything cleans up from the compound. When Afrika Freaks, they're out of the zone. They have to go across the road, fight against Savior. Summer may just use everything to his advantage.
And I want to point this out, K7 could get their second win. They could find themselves with 2 chicken dinners in this event, which is a huge accomplishment for them, I would definitely say. And then I say, I'm so sorry, K7, I didn't mean to cast or curse you. I am so sorry.
A favorite then.
My bad.
Oh yes, Afrika after that knock, perfect time, but Summer is waiting. But there's Groza from Hansia.
Is that a frag? Is that a frag on the ground right there? Oh my
There's
god,
one
what a
onto
shot.
EJ!
Is he gonna get the second? They
gotta be
roll
careful!
Up.
Oh!
Oh, it's a Groza, you mentioned it. Hansia, he finishes Summer. MCG is out, but they are assuredly your champions. We'll get to that after this game is over. There is still a match to finish out. Afrika looking to seal the deal and maybe topple. They have toppled 4AM, maybe toppled Gen G. They could go up quite a bit here.
Yeah, I think there was already 13 kills for Afrika. They can certainly go up with a great placement to finish the last day. GX K7, they just have to fight as Afrika took the best spot away from Summer.
And this all goes back to them holding off, just barely surviving with 1 member left standing against Entus. Had they lost that fight, this could be Entus in this position. We could be looking at a completely different situation.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day, and again, I'm going to go back to this. I think Entus just got too nervous. Their shots didn't seem as good as I'm normally used to seeing from them.
And comes to fight GX. Loxlock oversteps just a little bit too far, trusting onto Savior, but Savior could not really save his teammate. GX does win that compound control.
Center of this circle is right in front of Hansia on the other side.
It's on the road.
Yeah, it's almost on the road. It's really close to the center of that road. So it's going to be hard for Savior. He's got to cross the road, smoke wall down. He's going to look for some prayer grenades, seeing if he can knock GEX out here. A few are going up and over. They're connecting on the side where nobody is home. And another stun as well. Nobody available for that one to find.
As Freaka Freaks, I don't know how much resources they have left, but they're also pushing towards GEX, knowing that Savior is alone. Has to come up. Hansia ready with that Groza again. Trying to finish off K7.
Spins around. Doesn't get anything out of that. Savior now spins the other direction, but Leo is there waiting. This is going to put K7 out down in third place. Now it's a 3-on-2 GEX versus Freaka Freaks. The Freaks want to finish this one on a high note. Who wouldn't? Dengche, Hansia, EJ. Stellar players here. EJ, by the way, and Hansia are just nutty fraggers. You can see here 5 and 6 for them already. 13 kills for Freaka. Now, see if Yanli and Leo can finish this one out with a win.
It's all about the fights, but Dengche's got a favorable position. Yanli trying to crawl from the back and take the blue behind his back and crawl slowly.
Freaka's got great positioning here. They've got the ground underneath them. They've got cover with that ground in front of them. EJ watching GEX. GEX, the blue is now here. They're going to have to make a move or just secede. You know, there's no other options. They got to try to come around the side.
Yes.
They're trying to do it in force, but Freaka's not going to let it happen. There's no way, Jose. Freaka gets one. Freaka looking to finish the job, and it's going to do it. Freaka Freaks take the final game here at PCS Asia for 2020. A 15-kill round will shoot them up the leaderboards. But guys, you know it. You saw it. 2 games are going to do it. Your 2020 PCS3 Asia champions, Multi-Circle Gaming. They complete the sweep for China here at PCS.
All year, starting from charity PCS, 1, 2, 3 has been all China victories. Korean teams especially came close. There were lots of moments, especially in 3. OG and Nentus, they held the lead for a couple of days, but not enough against Tiamba, and of course Multi-Circle Gaming coming on top. They were the dominant victors, and of course the victory only goes to the teams that go aggressive until the last moment.
What a moment to start the day for them with a win, and then another win to topple, to overtake Entis, and then they never looked back. Entis was never able to get it going. It just was not their day. The worst day we saw from them in this event, which is surprising, but it is the way it is. It's a second place finish for Entis, and huge congratulations. What a year from them, but this felt like their moment, but at the end, Multi-Circle Gaming is too strong.
Way too strong. Way too strong, and they have been picking on to anyone in their way. They get into the compounds, and of course the high control MCG, they've been dominant against every single team that has been on in the lobby right now. The moment you see Tank, you gotta be careful. Tank, Summer, Lingdu, Evil Lee, the squad has been one of the most powerful squad ever.
I mean, and I have to give so much love and so much credit to Summer. This guy on VC Gaming last year brought them to some really nice finishes, particularly that 5th place at PGC 2019. There's some highlights from that last game there, but I can't say enough about Summer as a shot caller. He does such a good job, and then this last game, he snakes out extra points just in case. Such a phenomenal talent in China, such a smart player. He's just a wonderful guy. Just what a moment for him to finally come through after being close last year. He seals the deal here in 2020.
And with a brand new team that just came up as a dark horse from PCL to take a big trophy from PCS. It's going to be a huge moment for them.
I mean, I'm excited about this team going forward. Their combination of good decision making and incredible tactical fighting. Their ability to fight 4-on-4 is up there with the best in the business.
In terms of rotation, I have less to say because rotation doesn't matter when you can win all the fights. It matters, but not as much certainly when you're winning all the fights. And somehow, some way, they keep the full squad.
I don't know. They're really good.
They spread wings, but their wings never fall down, so they can always get that rest right in the middle. And even when their wings are down, and when we were saying, okay, they should just give up on this member and go for the next rotation, they come for the save when it's possible, and they make it happen.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with this team. When I looked at everything coming into this event, Multi-Circle Gaming was not my dark horse because I don't find any team from China that comes to these events to particularly be a dark horse. They're all so good. But they were the team that I thought of other than the big three, other than 4AM, Tianba, and Infantry who have qualified for every PCS, I thought these guys had the most potential. When I looked at them on paper and I watched their games from the PCL, I thought these guys are legit and they could absolutely do this, and they do.
Yeah, I was lucky to pick on MCG as a dark horse before the start. Didn't know they would do this well in the big stage. Of course, there are lots of new teams that does well in a few days and then just crumble on the other days because of pressure, because of the big stage moment. But MCG, there's something different about them, something different about their teamwork that they've been put together. OG and Entus, they had the lead at the beginning of day 6. Not going to close it up for Korea. Again, no global trophy for them.
7 points for Entus today. That's it. 7 points, I think, or something like that, or 10 points. It's not a lot. I thought they started the day with like 186.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Only 7 points for the entire day.
That's just not going to do it. That's not a championship day. You needed one good game, and then all of a sudden, could be a completely different situation. And they almost had it there, that last one. They almost had that win again, that fight against Afrika, but again, their mechanics just seemed to leave them a bit. Their throwables were just a little bit off.
And also Tianba, they came close, but of course, fighting into Gen G. They are not just going to go down without a fight. They came back and had a pretty big strike onto Tianba. As live feed from Multi-Circle Gaming Team House right here, the champions. Oh Lord, 80,000.
And there it is. They hold the sign up. They are the champions. Congratulations, Multi-Circle Gaming. What a performance here on the final day. Back-to-back wins on Miramar propels you. Well-deserved. Well done, gents.
Dude, Tank is huge. He's literally a tank. What a dominant win, dude. The teamwork was just on another level for Multi-Circle Gaming, which to see them a lot more in the future, every single member.
Look at her sweater, that's so adorable.
What?
Look at the bunnies.
All of a sudden?
They're so cute.
What's wrong?
They're adorable. That's so adorable.
Oh man, look at their faces. They're so happy.
That's like something my grandma would wear on Easter. It's adorable.
That's like...
I love it.
That's something I would bring to the worst sweater Christmas party.
Hey now! G-clap!
It seems like they have the interview from the Chinese side, but of course, G-clap cannot translate. Ooh!
Ooh, and a little confetti even. Where'd that come from?
I know. Someone must have held it.
That's
from
a
the
good
side
arm.
of them. Yeah, good arm there.
Confetti's hard to throw. That stuff just tends to kind of fall apart in the beginning. We don't know Chinese, so we can't, unfortunately,
I wish I can
translate. Yeah.
I wish I can translate it for you guys, but in my next life, I'm pretty sure I can do it for you guys, but not now.
Not now, but you can do Korean, which we will have an interview coming up. I'm pretty sure it's going to be with OGN. You know, it's going to be a tough one for them, of course. The whole year was so close, but no cigar for OGN. And
so many first place finishes within the qualifiers and the regional in Korea.
Yeah.
But when they step into the global scene, just like number 2, number 4, number 5, number 6.
All top 5 finishes except the Charity Showdown, which was 11th. So, I mean, you're talking about consistency. They're incredible. They're the most consistent team in Asia.
Since the beginning of 2018.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I'd say they're the most consistent team in the world. They've been basically like finishing top 5 at like everything they show up to for them, like outside of a few bad finishes here and there. Them and, you know, FaZe and a couple others, of course, have been ultra consistent.
And yeah, OGN and they came close. I think we are, getting that interview soon enough. It'll be hard to, give them questions since the last day was so bad for them. I honestly feel so bad, but do want to know what went wrong for them today, as nothing seemed to be on the par level. Here's the damage for the final match, number 24. And Afrika Freaks, of course, winning that duel against OG and Entus, that boosted them up all the way on top. Total damage, Tank 8.8k.
Wow. Those are crazy good numbers. Yeah, that is an absolute god. Indigo came into today as your damage leader, but again, it just wasn't his day. It wasn't OGN's day. It was MCG's day.
Oh, yes.
They came to play, and they were not missing a lot of shots. They looked fantastic. XDD, this guy I mean, he continues to do well no matter where he goes. It's not too surprising. Ming guys from New App. This guy, keep your eye on him. He is legit.
So I want to put those three guys together. Tank, XDT,
No.
Ming.
No.
And
It's
certainly
evil. That's
and
too much.
And maybe Forever. So that could be
It's
a
too much
scary
of-
squad.
No, that's too much.
All-star
One
team
player.
from All-Star team
All-Star
from China.
Oh well, that's really.
Oh yes.
That's scary as heck. That's like that. If you put that team together, I don't know what they can't not win. I
They
mean,
would
there's just-
control about 400-500 meters out in a circle.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely crazy.
If you-
PO is their top killer
yes.
again. I mean, it wasn't Gen G's tournament, but for PO, he continues to show us that he is still a force to be reckoned with. But I think, if I had to speculate, I think there might be some changes on that Gen G roster. They put this team together to be a super team, to win everything, and they won nothing.
Oh, if there are too many superheroes in a team, sometimes the teamwork is not there. We've seen it from a lot of movies from DC and Marvel, so that can always happen. But it was about either PO matching to the other three or the other three matching to PO. I don't think that worked out as well. But here's an interview with Entus.
좋습니다. 진짜 먼저 굉장히
Good work, guys.
저희보다도 더 가슴이 쓰린 상황이
And I'm sure you guys
엔투 선수들에게 있겠는데 먼저 원더
we're quite disappointed with the result right now.
오늘 굉장히 좀 힘들고 이게 마지막 경기의 그 긴장감, 마지막 경기
And
좀
of course the
정말
pressure, the
아쉽게
nerves
보였거든요.
for the final day.
어떠셨는지 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Should be disappointing. What can you guys say about the final day?
못했던 것 같아요.
I think we were just really bad.
말리다 보니까
We were just getting wrapped up.
나가지 못한 점이 정말.
And we weren't able to solve that out
예. 포인트 격차는
until the
그래도
last
좀
game today.
벌려놓은 상태였는데 혹시 오늘
You guys had somewhat of a gap
마지막 4경기라 그런지
going into
부담감이나
DAY6.
압박감 같은 걸 좀 많이 느꼈었나요?
You guys actually feel a lot of pressure?
그런
Was it heavy on you guys?
부담감은 없었는데
It wasn't actually much of a pressure.
확실히 좀 1, 2라 때 승기를 좀 못 가져온 부분에서
Yeah, but not taking much of anything from match 1 and 2 today.
안 됐던 것 같아요.
네.
And
사실
nothing really worked
그래도
out.
2등도 잘한 거예요.
잘했고
Second place is still good.
너무 멀리 갔어요. 저희도 보는데 속이 터져가지고
Circle moved
오늘
away
1,
from you guys too much.
잘했어요.
It's all around the
잘했어요.
circle.
자, 케인 선수도 마이크 좀. 오늘 진짜 잘했어요.
Kale, you're really good.
그리고
Like,
더 큰 대회 있잖아요.
there's also a bigger stage.
PCS 있습니다. 케인 선수 다음에 더 보여주면 되는 거 아니에요?
Yeah, you can
큰 거
show.
먹어야죠 우리.
Gotta go for the bigger fish.
일단은 아마 이후에 이제 그 큰 대회를 이제 준비할 텐데 그래도
After
아직 이제 이번에
we'll be preparing for the next
준비했던 게 잘 안 돼서
big tournament, but
그래도 많이 속이 쓰리네요.
yeah, what we have been prepared for PCS3 did not work out at the end.
또
So
내공으로 쌓이고 PGIS의 이게
my heart is burning right
그
now.
결과가 다시 한번 뭐 꽃피우는 그런
네.
상황이 올 거라고 저는 믿어 확신하는데 여러분들
Believe you guys will do so much better in the
많은
future.
팬분들의
And of course,
또 한마디
a lot of
해주신다면요.
Korean fans and out in the world has been rooting for you guys.
일단
You have any
항상
other shout outs to your fans?
응원해주시고 이제 지켜봐주시는 팬 여러분 정말 감사드리고
The big thanks to all the fans that
앞으로도
always
이번
watches our
대회만이
matches
아니라 이제 후에 대회가 많이 있을 것 같은데
and root for us all the time. And there are lots of
이제 좋은
tournaments
모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 다 최선을
in the
다하겠습니다.
future, and we will
네.
try to do our best
고생 많으셨고 옆에
and
인디고
play our
선수.
best in the future.
지금 오늘 잘했어요. 잘했어요.
And Indigo,
기죽거나 고개 숙이거나 하지 마시고.
still a great tournament for you guys.
이번 대회는 8만 불짜리고 이제 350만.
And this was only 80,000 for the championship.
그 경기.
The big
각오
tsunami is
말씀해 주세요.
coming
그때
soon.
당시에는 그 이후에는 어떤 경기를 보여주실 건지.
잘할 거죠?
지금 저희 다 마음이 심란한데
I think we're all
일단
very
오늘
disappointed,
그
in despair.
1라운드 끝나고 분위기 전환을 하려고 서로 으쌰으쌰
We tried to
했는데
get our hype, change the atmosphere after after 1-2,
다 저희가
match 1-2.
부분이랑 아쉬운 부분이 많아서
Yeah, but we had a lot of
오늘은 절대
disappointing moments and
기억에서 안 지우고
misplays
네, 와.
in match number 3. We will actually
오늘
not forget about the
더
lessons that we learned today
그큰 대회들
and keep
더
these in our
멋있는
memories
모습으로
to use it in the bigger
보여드리겠습니다.
tournament
그렇죠.
stages.
네, 이 성장하는 모습
We'll show that
다시 한번
on the bigger
기대하면서
stage.
성장
Thank
선수
you.
만나보겠습니다. 자, 가장 중요한 게
And
정말
let's talk to
선수들끼리 느끼는 게
성장.
오늘 굉장히 많을 거예요.
네.
아쉬움도 많고 가슴도 쓰리고 자, 그런
And I'm
상황일
pretty sure
텐데
as the shot caller, the
이번
commander
또 준우승을
having a lot
거울
of
삼아서 다음 대회에서 우승 차지하면 되거든요.
regrets,
성장
but
선수 한
still
말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
you can look for the future.
이번에 4일차까지 다 팀원들 다 잘해주고 잘했는데 5, 6일차 마지막
Till day number 4,
아쉬웠는데
all my teammates
이거
followed me really well, but day 5 and 6
칼 갈고
not really work out for us at all.
정확히 진출이 된
But
거는
we will
모르지만
sharpen our
만약에
blades.
나가게 된다면 진짜 거기는 마무리까지 완벽하게 해서 꼭 1등 하도록 하겠습니다.
And even in the future
네.
tournaments,
다시
and
한번 좀
even
고생
into
많이 하셨고요.
PGIS,
자, 앞으로 이제 큰 대회
we get
오니까요.
into if
너무
you
여기서
get
가슴
into the
아파하지
tournament,
마시고
we
힘내시고
will
또 이 수많은
keep our strength
팬분들이
until the
이
last game,
전국에서
until the
응원하고
last moment
계시거든요.
of the
자,
tournament.
그분들의
Not
응원을
like this
받으면서 힘내서 파이팅하고 또 PCS에서 멋진 활약을 기대하겠습니다. 오늘 고생하셨어요.
You guys do well in the
네,
future and even into PCIS.
파이팅! 잘한 거예요. 파이팅!
Still second place was really good.
화이팅, 언더 화이팅, K 화이팅.
경기력은
인디
우승급이었어요.
화이팅. 잘했어요, 잘했어요, 잘했어요.
잘했습니다.
자,
Towards the end,
고생하셨어요.
Greencasters just hyping it up for OG and Entis. Still, they had a great run. Second finish is certainly better than anything else, just not the first.
Yeah, it's hard to see, you know, a team that was so close and comes up just short, and you could see the look of disappointment. But I did like Indigo talking about how they're trying to get better, and I saw Under really nodding his head there. He was really liking what Indigo was saying, and I think, you know, I think Sungjong's beating himself up a bit, but, you know, up until today, these guys played absolutely incredible PUBG, and I think, you know, my hope is that they don't let it get them down too much. Yes, it's been a good year. It's been a tough year at times as well, but there is PGIS coming up. I hope to see these guys there because I think they have a real shot to take that event.
Yeah,
if
only 3 months away, and they can do a whole lot more practice for that bigger stage. Well, they are not going to bring that trophy this time, but maybe they'll win the bigger, real big fish.
I think so.
Yeah, $3.5 million.
They would be they would be one of my favorites going into that event, to be honest. Like if everything stayed the same as it is now, we don't know there could be player movements, blah blah blah. Next matchups coming up: NA, then this weekend APAC and EU. NA finishes, so it's the finals. You don't want to miss that. It's gonna be crazy good.
Yes.
People are catching up to the Sonics. This one's not over, guys. It's almost kind of similar to what we had here in Asia.
OGN lost today.
Yes, yes. Somebody,
No one
the
knows.
gas cans. Can they come up and dump it?
Oath?
Put a fire out? I mean, Oath could have a huge day. Don't count them out. I mean, those guys are cracked out of their darn minds. Oath is so skilled.
NA is so fun.
NA is so
There
good.
Are lots
I mean,
of car crashes. I love it.
NA's the best. And, you know, of course, the Sonics, I don't expect them to give up without a fight. They've been so good this year. You know, they're just incredible. That team, top to bottom, is really, really strong.
Yeah, I think it's about to close for us. It's been pleasure casting with you, Paperton, as it's been some time for me to be back in the PUBG scene. Prepared a lot for this event. Hope you guys enjoyed what we have prepared. And down they go. I thought 90.8% was enough to bring a win, but numbers are numbers. Sometimes if you can play like godlike for one day,
that's why we play the
that's
games.
MCG.
That's what makes it so exciting. And I mean, MCG fans have got to be so happy. Thank you guys, all of you again, for tuning in. We love you guys. It's been a wonderful year here at PCS 2020. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for joining us. Thank you to the Afrika production staff. You guys are wonderful to work with. For me, this was a return home to where my PUBG adventure started. So it's very nostalgic. It's wonderful to be back here. I can't say enough about how great it is to be on this ride and, you know, along with all of you again. So thank you so much. That's going to do it for us, guys. For PCS 2020, we'll see you next year. Plenty of PUBG Esports coming this way. There's more this weekend. We love you. Take care. Bye.
等一下，到我这儿，他翻下了，蹲一下，哎， 血，牛逼！别打了，我人闪！我跟了，我拉了。我这边怕丢还比圈过来，我不能扒。不拉！他死了！走了！你去死吧！不用撞他，你们就骑就行，我自己封烟火，对不对？车后面有个金标，车后面有个，我在架他，炸倒了，牛逼！今天这个打了，牛逼！好，两个人死了，可以救，来多放了几个，我加两别人了，哎，走！你打吗？你打你了。帮我看左边上吧，来，让我上，跟我上吧，绕一个我。OK， 那再来个摔的。上面你右边没有，你左边啊，这个车一个，出来了，左边倒一个，别急。